It's the 6th day of February 2026, so welcome to News Morning. I am Kukiti, and coming up in the headlines, government under pressure to develop urgent roadmaps for alternative financing for the cocoa sector as Licensed Cocoa Buyers Association of Ghana says there are delays in payments affecting their lives. High Court's decision to slash sentence of self-styled evangelist Agradaa from 15 years to 12 months sparks debate. President Mahama warns Africa faces a pandemic of unfulfilled potential, calling for commitment to the development of the continent during his address to Zambia's parliament. We have details of all this and more. Stay with us. President John Dramani Mahama has cautioned that Africa is currently battling a pandemic of unfulfilled potential. Addressing the Zambia legislature as part of his 3-day state visit, the president regrets that African nations remain shackled by what he describes as triple dependency conditions, undermining the sovereignty won by Africa's forefathers. A report by Komla Kluche.
Day 2 of President Mahama's state visit saw him engage in bilateral discussions with his Zambian counterpart, Hakainde Hichilema.
Cost of capital, how Africa is treated in those areas, because we're having to pay a higher cost of capital than any other continent, even in the same business, similar business, same sector. And you can't accuse us of being inefficient when one element, which is crucial, is capital, is brought to the continent, to our countries, at a much, much higher cost, injecting a higher cost of doing business in our countries. So I was very delighted that the two of us are aligned in those areas. And on a global level, I think there are things that we understand, that the changes in the geopolitical situation does affect Africa, does affect our countries, and we need to remain strong.
Moments later, the president proceeded to the House of Parliament in the company of the First Lady, Lordina Mahama, and members of his entourage. President Mahama focused on critical areas where Africa is losing its grip on self-determination. He affirmed that his administration is leading by example through its Reset in Ghana agenda by significantly reducing the size of government and restructuring debt to prioritize human capital investments.
Africa needs and deserves transparent and accountable leadership. The institutions and the laws to fight corruption must be allowed to operate without fear or favor. Abuse of public trust must be punished. We must protect public resources and use them efficiently for the good of our people. The improved performance of the Zambian currency, the kwacha, and the ongoing reform agenda sends positive signals to investors and regional partners. And so Ghana looks forward to deepening trade, investment, and financial cooperation with Zambia to reinforce resilience and shared prosperity.
On Ghana's diplomatic ties with Zambia, the president announced plans for a joint permanent mission cooperation.
It is in this spirit that Ghana and Zambia have revitalized our Permanent Joint Commission for Cooperation, providing a structured, results-oriented framework for collaboration across all priority sectors, including trade, investment, energy, tourism, mining, agriculture, education, science and technology, youth development, and defense cooperation.
Let's take our second story for the morning. The Attorney General and Minister for Justice, Dr. Dominic Ayeni, has dismissed accusations that his office is cutting deals or entering plea arrangements in cases being prosecuted under the Operation Recover All Loot Initiative. Addressing the matter during a working visit by the Vice President, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, on Thursday, Dr. Ayeni assured the public that prosecutions under oral are progressing steadily and transparently. Evelyn Tengma brings us a report.
Accusations being raised about the fact that we are cutting deals in the oral cases. Your Excellency, oral is going very, very well. However, I want to put it on record, and the National Intelligence Bureau will bear me out. No docket has come here that has been compromised in any way. No deal, no plea arrangement has been entered into with anybody who has committed an offense.
The Attorney General and Minister for Justice, Dr. Dominic Ayine, stated that no plea bargains or informal arrangements have been made with any individual suspected of committing offences within the scope of the oral investigations. The Attorney General disclosed that 16 dockets are currently under review, explaining that each case is undergoing rigorous legal scrutiny to ensure prosecutions are supported by strong and credible evidence. The Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Agyeman, admonished the minister to continue communicating such matters to the public to promote better understanding of the issues.
I am putting together a bill known as the Criminal Proceeds Recovery Bill that will enable us not only to use criminal confiscations, but also to do civil recovery. If we link any asset to criminal activity, we will be able to apply to the court to confiscate it, and then we can augment our resources.
Dr. Ayine, however, said the ministry is financially constrained in undertaking several projects and programs, and indicated his intention to introduce a proceeds recovery bill to address the challenge.
Thanks for the information on oral and for plea bargaining. That's very important for all of us to understand. Otherwise, some throw all kinds of things out, and sometimes they confuse us. So we want to urge all of you, your PRs, all of them, to continue to educate all of us.
The Vice President also visited the Ministry of Works and Housing. The Minister, Gilbert Ejay, took the team through the various projects the ministry is undertaking in the housing, works and water subsectors.
The ministry was also tasked to settle the Akosombo Dam spillage victims. Phase 1, we are supposed to do 1,010 homes. So far, we've done 251 units, and it's currently ongoing. Some contractors are still moving to site.
Professor Nana Jane Opoku Agyeman also went to the Labour, Jobs and Employment Ministry.
There are other places where workers were maltreated. In one situation, a Ghanaian worker was whipped, beaten up because they said he did something bad. They lined him up and whipped him up and all that. So many bad things are happening. It is important that we pay particular attention to the Factory Inspectorate Division.
Getting somebody whipped is neither here nor there. And I hope somebody was held to account for that. Because nobody has a right to so brutalize another person. You are not the court, and you don't have a right to do that. I take very, very strong exception to that.
The Vice President has so far visited 15 ministries out of the 23 ministries. Evelyn Tinkma, TV3 News, Accra.
Thank you, Evelyn Tengma. Now, there's a huge sigh of relief for repented former fetish priestess turned evangelist Patricia Esiedu, known in public circles as Nana Agradaa, after the High Court in Amasaman reduced her 15-year jail term to 12 months. The decision has generated a lot of conversation and confusion. But what does the law say, and how did the court arrive at this? Here is an explainer.
On July 3, 2025, an Accra Circuit Court sentenced self-styled evangelist Patricia Esiedu, known by many as Nana Agradaa, to a concurrent 15-year prison term in hard labor on 3 counts of defrauding by false pretense and charlatanic advertisements. The presiding judge, in pronouncing the sentence, considered 3 factors: the prevalence of the conduct, i.e. defrauding by false pretense and charlatanic advertisements, the status of the accused as a leader of a religious organization, that is, how skillfully and professionally she executed the offenses, and the fact that Nana Agradaa showed no remorse of her actions. Indeed, the court imposed the custodial sentence to, as it said, deter like-minded leaders and individuals from similar actions. Nana Agradaa was immediately whisked away to begin her sentence in the dreaded Nsawam maximum security prisons. The court of public opinion clapped and upheld both the conviction and the sentence. blue, yellow, black streets roared up, with many agreeing with her Honor Evelyn Asamoah that indeed this singular conviction and sentence was going to sanitize television screens, radio waves, and social media platforms of self-styled pastors and imams of a dangerously growing monster, charlatanic advertisements, and fraudulent activities. But the High Court on Thursday poked a sleeping bear at Amasaman, and now a storm is brewing. On appeal brought before him against both the conviction and sentence of Nana Agradaa, His Lordship Solomon Opong Chumesi reduced the custodial sentence to 12 calendar months. His Lordship's reasons? 1. There were only 2 victims of Nana Agrada's offences, and the amount involved was only 1,000 Ghana cedis. 2. Agradaa had already been ordered to refund the 1,000 Ghana cedis to the victims. 3. There is no defined sentence of imprisonment imposed by law for this particular offence. 4. The Trial Circuit Court failed and/or refused to make the 32 days Nana Agradaa already spent in custody prior to her sentencing count. Did the judge err by reducing Agradaa's overall sentence from the initial 15 years to 12 months? Will the state be appealing this decision? Only the coming days will tell. But for the Agradaa family, this is good news. Sentiments shared by her lawyers who expect the matter to be laid to rest.
After affirming Agrada's conviction, the High Court slashed Agrada's jail term by 14 years, leaving it with just 1 year. She has also been ordered to pay a fine of 200 penalty units, which is equivalent to 2,400 cedis.
The sum of a penalty unit of 200 penalty units.
All right, from Nana Agradaa, let's move to cocoa and its related matters. The minority has denied claims that the NPP government's failure to pay the syndicated loan for the 2023-2024 cocoa season is the reason the current government is unable to pay cocoa farmers. They have asked the government and Cocoa Board to immediately settle the arrears and apologize to the farmers for the hardship.
Cocoa farmers across the country have threatened a nationwide demonstration expected to happen next week over unpaid monies owed by the Ghana Cocoa Board for cocoa beans supplied since November 2025. They have lamented severe financial hardship affecting their ability to cater for basic needs. Addressing the matter, ranking member on the Cocoa Affairs Committee said the situation is dire as licensed cocoa buying companies are owed 10 billion cedis by Cocoa Board.
Cocoa Board and government must be blamed for failing to reimburse various cocoa buying companies for purchases already delivered to Cocoa Board. The LBCs have borrowed from banks and off-takers to pre-finance the harvest, but as we speak, Cocoa Board owes the LBCs over 10 billion cedis, being defaulted receipts of cocoa already taken over. The reality is that farmers are not being paid for their cocoa sold to the Mahama-led NDC government since November last year.
He rejected claims attributed to the chief executive of Cocoa Board that previous governments faltered in serving the syndicated loan.
We have heard from the chief executive of Cocoa Board trying to assign several reasons why farmers cannot be paid. Among the reasons was that the previous administration defaulted in the payment of the syndicated loan contracted for the 2023-2024 cocoa season, and that the current administration could no longer access the facility. I was surprised that this was coming from the chief executive. It is absolutely untrue. If the chief executive has any evidence that Cocoa Board has defaulted, it should provide that evidence.
For the minority, the excuses from Cocoa Board and government are unattainable, considering the repeated assurances the NDC made to farmers, demanding an apology.
We call on government and Cocoa Board to pay our cocoa farmers immediately for all cocoa beans sold and to be sold, to save the cocoa industry from slipping back to days of despondency and loss of interest. We demand an apology from government and Cocoa Board for this gross dereliction of duty.
All right, and still on cocoa, the Licensed Cocoa Buyers Association of Ghana is demanding an immediate roadmap from government on the new financing models for the cocoa sector. The association says with over 300,000 tons of beans piling up, government must immediately prevent a shutdown.
Ghana's cocoa regulator, Cocoa Board, has come under pressure over its inability to raise funds to pay arrears owed to cocoa farmers since November 2025. The Licensed Cocoa Buyers Association of Ghana, LICOBAG, attributes Cocoa Board's challenges to a myriad of factors, including excessive political interference.
Since 2013, Cocoa Board has become a dumping ground for political foot soldiers. The one very professional organization with top-notch technocrats with deep institutional memory has lost its shine due to the depth of knowledge available. Hitherto, only the chief executive is politically exposed, and with time, the three deputy chief executives were also political appointees. It is sad to note that there is no longer security of tenure in Cocoa Board, as there is sweeping change in personnel at all levels, including drivers, with a change in government.
The association is calling on government to provide a clear roadmap towards addressing the financing gap.
We want the current funding model to be reviewed so that a hybrid of the old model of securing some syndication facility, that is from local or international banks, to enable real-time payment for cocoa purchased and delivered to port by LDCs. Government must, as a matter of urgency, secure some facility to pay for estimated 300,000 metric tons of cocoa in a phased-off manner between now and September to prevent the crisis deepening.
The Deputy Managing Director in charge of operations at the produce buying company, Dr. Seto Kwame Fuju, has appealed to the sector minister to release funds to the only government agency responsible for purchasing cocoa.
Within this particular 25-26 season, last year, this year, we were able to get certain off-takers that came across board, and we signed an agreement with them of about 50,000 tons. However, due to certain financial challenges, they were only able to give us 2,000 tons funding. We've been able to deliver 100% for them. We'll appeal to the President and the Finance Minister, who is our sector minister, however, to see how at least we could arrange certain funding structures first, to see how at least we could then deliver certain producers across board once we get the funding.
Cocoa Board has, however, appealed to industry players for time to resolve the matter.
Moving to the NPP camp now, the NPP Ashanti Regional Chairman Bernard Kojo Antwi, also known as Chairman Wontumi, says he has received the blessing of leading members of the party and a Council of Elders to vie for the national chairman position. He believes the time has come for an individual who has the capacity to mobilize the grassroots and every hierarchy within the New Patriotic Party to take the helm to wrestle power from the NDC in 2028.
Spoke to my God, and I have had answer from him, and I have also consulted the Council of Elders and the youths. All of them have approved for time like this for Wontumi to come and serve. What everybody is saying is that about 2 million people did no votes in 2024 elections. That means we need a mobilizer, the chairman mobilizer, the chairman who can use and research. You know, a lot of people call me as a science and data. I have a group, you know, as a movement group, you know, a political movement group. to use science and data to base on their researches, to work hard, to build a system, to attract, to give hope to people, and to enable the people who did not vote to vote. And the ones who voted also, we encourage them to tell them that when you fail, when you fall, it's not the end. If I become the first MPP national chairman from Ashanti, I think that it can give energy to the base, because Ashanti is our base. And at the same time, it can give a positive energy politically to those who think that they have to reach a certain stage before they can move forward. It will encourage them, especially it will encourage the youth.
And to our last story for the morning, a devastating accident occurred on the main road near St. John's Grammar Senior High School this dawn, involving a Kia Bongo with registration number GB 82512 and a trailer with registration number GW 969725 carrying a load of pineapple. According to eyewitnesses, the trailer driver was allegedly sleeping on the job while the Kia Bongo had been parked on the road for the past 3 days due to mechanical issues. All right, and that's our last story for the morning. Thank you for watching. New Day continues with the rest of the team. After this break, I am Kukiti. Show today, because right from the big issue where we have juicy issues to deal with, we sit with a living legend today here in studio, Kojo Antwi. You don't want to miss any bit of this interview. You need to listen to every single part of it. It will be amazing. We'll be sampling a lot of the songs as well. I don't even know which ones to choose. It's just a broom. So
the problem with in terms of me choosing the Kojo Antwi song is that I may get a title wrong, but
okay, but you know
the
that
song plays.
You know what song it is.
I doubt there's a Kojo Antwi song that will play that.
You don't know, right?
I would have heard it before.
Yeah.
And I remember there was a stage that they used to show a lot of his music videos on television. I found his music videos very nice, but he has an old Asabone song.
Okay.
I don't know if you can find it. It's very old.
What's the title? You may not know.
Asabone.
It's called
Asabone.
Asabone. Okay.
Asabone.
Oh yeah, I know that song. Yeah, I know that song.
You should check out the video. He was very young. He was very young. He didn't look anything like. Well, he still looks as good as
he's been the same size for decades. He's been doing music for 4 decades, and I haven't seen him change from this size. It's amazing how he does it. We'll love to find out about that when he comes today on the show.
Kojo Antwi is up there on my all-time list. I love him, and I envy you. I envy you get to sit with Kojo Antwi.
I get to sit with a living legend today to breathe the same air with him.
2026 has been good. You sat with Papa as well. Yeah.
Listen, I told you that this year, you better look my direction. You know, if you don't look on time.
I'm coming. You see, at the start of the show, when the song played, when the song was played, you asked the question. You see, if I don't answer, you think that I'm avoiding it. This song does not fit our situation.
Okay.
We are not in that. Okay. The situation Kojo Antwi is talking about. Okay. When we play the one that sits within our situation, I'll draw attention. Are we playing another one?
Yeah, we're playing another one. Up the sound. Let's see what you're playing. Which one is this one?
Yeah, I think it's.
Oh yeah, Asabone. Yeah, this one is really old. You know.
Old. I don't know if there's if you have the music video, you see him. He looks.
This one, there's no music video.
I've seen one, an old one. He looks, it's an old one actually. He looks very young. I see. And you know that for so many years, the 24th was basically
exactly Kojo Antwi's night.
It was Kojo Antwi's
for the longest time. Yeah. And last year again, I think he did it. Last year I wasn't there. I really wanted to be there so bad, but I wasn't able to.
I think the only thing that hurts me, and I hope I'm able to do it soon. I have not seen him perform live.
Oh,
you know the live performance. I enjoy.
Then this year we should attend. We should attend the 24th show.
That would be nice.
Yes, and there's also a Valentine's show coming up. Ooh. Yes, by Kojo Antwi. So maybe that one too. We should go before we go for the one in December. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I need to watch Kojo Antwi perform.
We need to. Are we playing another Kojo Antwi song this morning?
I think we should.
Before we get into other matters. Well, a lot has been trending this week particularly, and the highlights for many people, I'm sure, will be Agrada's sentencing that has been reduced from 15 years to 12 months. A lot of you have been speaking from yesterday. You've been talking from many quarters from yesterday. But Blake, counsel, this is why I come in with the name that I gave you even before you graduated from law school. Counsel Blake. Would you be able to explain the dynamics to us? What was the appeal in the first place, and what did the appeal judge say, and what happened that this whole 15 years has been reduced to 12 months?
So, I mean, the first point really is that an appeal is a rehearing. So, I mean, basically, a lower court judge has heard a matter and has come to a certain conclusion. When you appeal, it means that the entire circumstance, the facts, the evidence that was adduced at trial, you are taking it all and putting it before another judge. A lot of the times, as a lawyer, you have a number of options. You can raise concerns about the conviction. That is to say that, well, maybe the trial court, the first court, the lower court judge was wrong in coming to the conclusion that you were guilty. Or you could also come and say that, well, potentially the conviction was right, but in terms of the sentence that was imposed, you find it to be harsh or excessive. So, or you can alternatively combine everything and just put it before the court and say that, well, the conviction was wrong and also the entire sentencing was also harsh. In this particular instance, Agrada's lawyers put everything together to argue that, well, the sentence was harsh. The conviction was also wrong in law. And the trial judge, the appellate judge, the judge who is hearing it for the second time, I hope I'm not sounding too
So
technical.
that's the appellate judge.
The appellate judge, yes.
Okay.
Has the option of either affirming the decision of the trial court with regards to the conviction, that is the decision that the person has been found guilty, and the second part will be the issue relating to the sentence. So they can confirm the sentence and say that, well, the 15 years that we gave you is fine, or we'll come to the conclusion that it's indeed harsh or not. Now, the appellate judge in the decision makes the analysis and comes to the conclusion that, well, the offense that she was charged with, the evidence that was adduced, it was okay that she was convicted. So the conviction was not touched. Indeed, she carried out an advertisement that amounted to the charlatanic advertisement. She also made representations aimed at causing people to part with various sums of money. And so that was also fine with the judge. But the judge's main concern was that the sentence, the judge said that, well, the amount involved, would you believe that, well, everything surrounding, the judge says that there were only 2 people that she had actually defrauded.
Yes, and the
amount involved was 1,000 cedis.
1,000.
Yes, 1,000 cedis.
1,000.
And there had been an order for her to refund the money.
Right.
And so the judge said that.
And she did, though.
Yeah, so that she had, I mean, basically, if you give someone 15 years and there's an order for the person to refund, the person is going to even refund. So the judge's point is that, well, because of the circumstances and the willingness, she has shown remorse, contrary to what the trial judge has said, she didn't show remorse. And also, given that the offense involved, the punishment regime is 1 day to 25 years. A lot of people are reading the online thing and looking at the 15-year, the 10, 15 to 25 regime. But if you read it closely, you see that that applies generally. But in the specific instance that we are dealing with, the judge's options were between 1 year and 25 years. And so the judge...
And the judge chose 15 years.
Yes, I mean, for 1 day, I must say, from 1 day to 25 years. So the judge's argument was that the amount involved is 1,000 cedis.
Okay.
It involves 2 individuals.
Okay.
Just 2 individuals. I mean, so because of that, the judge comes to the conclusion that, well, the amounts involved and all of that, once she's expressed the willingness wanting to refund that, she should just be allowed to do that, and let's limit it to 1 year. The judge, the appellate judge makes the point that it does appear that the judge was more concerned with the person involved, the image that she had created for herself, as against the facts surrounding this particular matter.
That was the same thing that I said.
They say it's to go. But I mean, for even people in the legal fraternity, I mean, you rarely have an appeal in respect of a sentence from 15 be brought down all the way to 1 year. And we know that she was sentenced in July of last year.
So she served about 7 months already.
In some 2 months, she should be out. You know, in the prison year, we understand it's around 9 months.
It's about 9 months,
9
yeah.
months. So in some 2 months or so, she should be out of prison. So, I mean, that's where we are in respect of that particular matter.
Councillor Kabli, thank you very much for your schooling and your education this morning. We do appreciate that you didn't waste the school fees at all. You've made all of us proud. Anyway, so to this morning, we just want to ask you, if you wanted to talk about the Agradaa issue, that's fine, but what's been your highlight for the week? A lot has happened
I remember
this week.
The airport issue?
The renaming of our airport from Kotoka to Accra International Airport. We have a beautiful, beautiful discussion coming up later on with Kojo Antwi as well. I don't want to call it an interview. Yeah, I mean, it's a repertoire of music we're about to open here on the show this morning. So, you know, especially for the men, right? There are certain songs that they love. And sometimes when they go to the chop bars or sometimes they go to the club, they'll keep paying the DJ to play the same song. You can tell us when we activate the phone lines. But now, so if you have experiences like that, you can share with us this morning. Anything you want to talk about, it's a Friday.
We are making song requests.
Or you can request a song, yeah.
But I have to send money to the back.
No, you don't have to send money.
I want Kojo Antwi, Stoneboy featuring Kojo Antwi. Yeah, that's one.
Okay.
And number 2 is Ken Promise and Kojo Antwi as well.
Yeah,
those are my 2 song requests. It's a song, they are beautiful songs.
Okay.
Especially the Stoneboy one.
Okay.
Yeah. But both songs are amazing. I'm sure many of you don't know that Kojo Antwi had done collabs with Stoneboy and King Promise separately.
So
they said I have to pay. Don't worry. The payola is here. It's in my back pocket.
It's in your pocket. I mean, I see that your back pocket is really swollen this morning. But talking about payments and talking about money, you're cashing out big with us this morning. 3 of you actually, and this is what's going to happen. First winner will take home 2,000, the second 3,000, and the last one will take a whopping 5,000 Ghana cedis away this morning, before Kojo Antwi comes on the show. 2,000, 3,000, and 5,000 respectively. That's how Sikano Anopawe. And you are choosing option 8, which is the MG option today because it's Friday. Option 8, MG jackpot. You choose that after dialing *439# if you're a telecell or MTN subscriber. Play as many times as possible to increase your chance of winning. So please get playing, get in the game, Rhonda Shell will say she loves the way I say get in the game. So get in the game now, *439#. Play and start playing now. Is Council's song ready? The song is ready? Okay, dedicated especially to you.
Yes.
This morning.
Oh, this is from me to you actually.
Oh, yeah?
I requested from me to you.
All right, thank you.
My prisoner of time. Oh, all the things you went away. Every single job in Hokoi, every journey slowly, this I touch it in until oh, how the things you went away. Every single job in Hokoi, every journey slowly, this I touch it in until hey, I say you Agradaa, baby, I was like pursue. That's so empty, say, honey, who want me to have? The lady is saying, who is so young and you? Nice to miss who die, nice to miss who die, miss who die. Away. Every single job in Hokoi, every journey slowly, this such a chitty and until since you went away, since you went away, since you baby, since you gone, no, I cannot breathe, can't find nobody to hold, nobody to hold. To take care of me, baby, oh, you are my love. Well then tell me where from the anger and the apathy. Look into my eyes and show me some sympathy. You and I can never depart now. Woman, you know me love you from the day from my heart. Now that you gone away, tell me who'll be here, who'll be there, who will care for me.
Dear Nancy, which yes,
you can do this.
No, I won't do any promise. Mumbo America. That's the one I want to dedicate to you this morning. If you don't treat me like the queen that I am, if you don't give me baby girl treatment, Coco Bo America. That means me to me boss. No. Say about what dear attitude type of a door and I'm a bema. What I say? I'll love you right. I mean I'll do everything that I'm supposed to do right. But somebody ninye na mau. Nasa wo bomb me bola. America pa wo. I say you same boat.
Atriakunu
epu muna yere. Na and it ain't to me yahweh.
Oh,
and to me yahweh. And it ain't to me yahweh. You're cashing out with us this morning. 2,000, 3,000, and 5,000 going out to 3 of you respectively. Please play *439# if you're a telecell or MTN subscriber. Please do so now. You're choosing option 8, which is the MT option. You are playing as many times as possible to ensure that you are one of the winners this morning. Please again, start playing now. Do not wait. Well, messages are already coming in this morning. Send them to us. Akable will read. But Gas Simple says, good morning. Well, I think she's got a complaint. She says, I'm a victim of Agrada's fraud. She frauded me of an amount of 1,500 Ghana cedis and gave me a fake lotto number at Soutum. It did not go through. I called her and she threatened me with her bodyguards. Okay, maybe you should have sent that complaint when she was arrested early on and being tried. Idrisu Abi Fuseni says, good morning, Cookie T and my friend Akable. I admire you people for wearing African prints. Thank you. But the issue of cocoa farmers and cocoa board, I blame my party NDC for allowing the past administrators who messed up things in the sector. Walking free and later turned up accusing Mahama's government for not paying cocoa farmers. Extend my greetings to Honorable Alhaji Suini and Chairman. Sherry Giovanni, I wanted to ask you why you've refused to send your messages here. You send them personally to Roland, and today, because Roland is not here, you've sent it on the Facebook feed. Should I or should I not read? Which one should I do? Akable, what should I do? Sherry Giovanni,
read
should I? Because I miss you on here. I've been saying it, but you send your messages to Roland anyway.
Let's forgive him for today.
I should forgive Sherry Giovanni. All right. Says, good morning to you, Ghana's Michelle Obama. And I want to request Kojo Antwi featuring King Promise. I love Kojo Antwi. Good morning to Miss Mariam Oga of EW and Vida Atule. Okay. It looks like everybody wants to listen to the Kojo Antwi King Promise. Do we have that, guys? Do we have that? Aha, but wait. Oh, you're dancing to it. It's like 3 minutes, 34 seconds. I know the song so well. When you get to 3 minutes, 34 seconds, that's when it jumps to the Emrika part.
Maybe you have your pen and paper. Maybe a question for Kojo Antwi.
Okay.
What type of music does he do exactly?
Okay.
It has a feel of high life, but it's not like the old high life. Neither is it like the Boga high life.
Okay.
It has a bit of a reggae feel too, but it's not particularly full reggae as well.
Okay.
So it's very confusing. I mean, we may want to ask him, what's the brand of music?
This is the part. We say come to Ofi and Kasabia me yegu wa ma. More time to me and power. More time to me and power. Okay, up the sound. I don't know what he was saying, but all you hear is Tata. Kojo Antwi. He's a different human being. Activating the phone lines this morning, celebrating Kojo Antwi, the legend Kojo Antwi, before he gets on the show later on this morning. Tell us your Kojo Antwi experiences. How many of the 24th concerts have you attended? Which particular songs do you love? What has it shaped in your life? Have you paid DJs to continually play his songs for you in the club, in the chop bars, in the drinking pubs? You've received a message that is funny, right?
Our Facebook guys will kill us.
Almost a day.
Look at someone. Look what they are saying. Okay, so new Odate.
Okay.
Mills first. He said we are looking very good this Friday.
Thank you.
Then Happy Afoto says stand and dance. Then new Odate Mills comes back and says that Cookie and Joe, please show us your dance moves today. We've been showing it. You are not watching the thing.
You've never shown. You've never ever. You've never
Happy
shown.
Comes again. The
never ever.
looking into the crystal ball. Joe can't dance. Hey, calm down. Who told you? Calm down. I've said it many times that in my head, I'm like Michael Jackson in my head, but in the body, I'm a comedy. So calm down for me. Yeah? Calm down. That's it.
Oh, my goodness. More messages coming in. But yes, we've activated the phone lines. Callers, let's know what your thoughts are. Highlights of the week, especially as we celebrate Kojo Antwi this morning. Welcome to TV3. This is This Morning. This morning, I'm sounding like I'm on Onia TV because, yes, we are here to celebrate Kojo Antwi as we have a one-on-one interview with him later on the show. Our very first caller is a gentleman. Hello, your name and where you're calling us from?
Yeah, Joseph from Cape Coast.
Okay, and your name is?
Joseph.
Oh, Joe, Uncle Joe.
As usual, yeah.
What's it then?
Are you now okay?
Good stuff. Yes, so you're here. Talk to us this morning. What do you want to talk about, Kojo Antwi?
Oh, yeah, just 1 minute on Kojo Antwi. In fact, I also love the song, the one we were playing. But he embodies, his music embodies refreshing for love. It's good we celebrate him. We shouldn't wait for him to die before.
Right.
More importantly, I want to talk about Agradaa.
Okay.
Yes, I want to draw counsels. I want to avert his mind to the judgment from the circuit court.
Okay.
He should look at the last paragraph 21, on the sentencing guideline. I think the judge specified that the defrauding by false pretense is under level E of the Ghana sentencing guidelines, which is from 10 to 25 years. And that is also the same in the 29, section 131. So I think that the High Court judge, I want to disagree with the judge, Justice Chubesi, honestly. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because if the judge is saying that the amount is 1,000 Ghana, and so it's small. Look, so if somebody goes for robbery and the person didn't get something, or he gets nothing, is the judge saying that because the person went on robbery and he get nothing, the law shouldn't be applied?
Right.
I think that Attorney General, look, let us give them a miss call this morning. Attorney General, Deputy Attorney General, and I said prosecutors, we also want them to appeal this case for us. We should go to Court of Appeal to see, because I am of the view that if somebody goes to steal cassava, which is about 20 Ghana, and he's just 3 years, 4 years, go to our villages and go and see how people are suffering. In fact, I'm so upset this morning, looking at what the judge did yesterday. I was of the view that even if you want to reduce it, go to the minimum. And I'm hearing some lawyers saying that there's no minimum on the defrauding by false pretense under section 131 of our 20. It's not true. The minimum is 10 years. The minimum is 10. This is something that we think that they should also appeal. Otherwise, why are we then denying similar citizens? Look at even when Agradaa is coming from the prison, how the prison officers were treating her here and there. It's Agradaa the only person who has been sentenced in Ghana. And yesterday, you saw that yesterday they knew what was going to happen. So yesterday, why did they remove everything? Yesterday, we saw her. But look at the appeal procedure from day one. Always they cover her face. Why is it that yesterday they opened her face for us to see? So it means that I think that something has gone wrong. And I am of the view that citizens who don't have money.
All right. All right, Joseph. Councillor Kable wants to respond to what you're saying.
So first, I would want you to take. Yeah, Joe. So take a look at 1311 and compare it to 1312. So for section 1311, I'm coming. For 1311, you see that it says defrauding by false pretense.
1311 talks about second degree felony.
Yes, I'm coming. Yeah, I'm coming. I heard you if you indulge me as well. 1311 says that a person who defrauds any other person by false pretense commits a second degree felony. So once it describes as a second degree felony, it means that the sentence regime can go as high as 25 years. There's no minimum sentence. Now, when you look at 1312, if you will be patient a bit, if you look at 1312 says, a person who by means of false pretense or by personation obtains or attempts to obtain the consent of another person to part with or transfer the ownership of a thing by a false representation or acting in accordance with the instructions, orders, or a request of the president or a member of cabinet commits a second-degree felony under subsection 1. So you realize that the second one is specific. It has to do with the presidency. So if you read it again, it's on the screen. Who by means of false pretense or by personation obtains or attempts to obtain the consent of another person to part with or transfer the ownership of a thing by false representation of acting in accordance with the instructions, orders, or a request of the president or a member of cabinet. So if you compare it to the one, so it's continues to say that it's liable to a term of imprisonment of not less than 10 years and not more than 25 years. The offense she is said to have committed does not fall within the two. The facts as were alleged at the court was claims that she made on the network on the TV. It had nothing to do with the president or anything. So the trial judge, the appellate judge says that the one is the one that is applicable. A person who defrauds any other person by false pretense commits a second-degree felony. So with this one, it's not limited to representations in relation to the president. And so it is the one that
I would still want to advert your mind to the judgment. Go to the paragraph.
What you should advert your mind to is the appellate judgment, not the trial court judgment, because that has been relooked at as well. So if you compare the one and two, that's the conclusion. So that's the reason why the appellate judge comes to the conclusion that the general provision is from a day to 25 years and not the 10 to 25 as relates to the second subsection, not the first subsection. So that is
let's give Attorney General and the Deputy and let's give them a miss call this month. That we citizens also have the view that let us also go on appeal on this case. Let us go on appeal and see. I think I'm grateful. Enjoy your weekend.
All right.
Thank you for
other people are also waiting to talk to us. He says he's really upset. Please drink some good water, eat some good breakfast, and just calm down for us. Call us and also let us know what your thoughts are. So many messages flooding our timeline, our comment section on Facebook, especially. Boogie Brown says her act was fraudulent and should be giving a judgment to deter others from doing the same. This is one of the reasons why the country is not progressing. There's always a maximum penalty for an offense to deter others from doing the same. This sentence won't change Mama Pat. That's the more reason why we have 80% of the TV stations engaging in fraudulent money activities and authorities are quiet about it. And this media should center on it. Media should be sanitized and those found culpable should be made to face the law. Okay. Agbubila Godwin also sent in one saying, good morning, Kukiti and Joseph. It's a pleasure seeing you guys on our screens every morning. It's a blessing to be here as well. This month is a month of love, and the judge has shown love to Nana Agradaa. She should go and sin no more. Good morning to His Excellency JDM and the Professor Robert Kuganab Lem. That the good people of Binduri are still waiting on His Excellency JDM's promise. This is from the Binduri boys. Special greetings to everyone in Binduri. You know, that's where I'm from. I keep saying it on the show. That's the village I'm from. So special greetings to everybody.
That's where we have to send the
that's why you need to send the cows, the yams, and everything else, the kola nuts and everything else. Well, you are interested. You want to bring yours?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Simon
we'll
Yang in Wa, he says good morning, Akable and Cookie. Simply put, Kojo Antwi is an icon. Agrada's sentence reduction for me is in good faith. At least the 12 months of custody will send a signal to all charlatans. The change of the name of our international airport from Kotoka International Airport to Accra International Airport is in the right direction. You said that Kotoka died in a coup plot at that spot, and that cannot be enough justification for renaming the airport after him. Some other messages here that is coming through the WhatsApp, mainly Pius. Pius, good morning to you. You say that I need to take my dancing skills very serious. Okay, I've heard you. You are forgiven. You are forgiven. Pius, you are forgiven.
Not a body better way.
You are forgiven. This one here from Fakaki. I hope I got that right. Fakaki. He said regards to Al-Hassan, Al-Hajj Al-Hassan, the lion and the Catholic MC of Wa municipality. The government's research is really on course as inflation has dropped to single digits It has been a single digit for a while. We're in the 3% region now. Aziz Donlawa, you say you vehemently oppose and disagree with the court decision to reduce the sentence of Agradaa. And the final one here, landlord, burger dealer, you say good morning. Joseph, you say that from 15 years to 1 year, hey, Ghana, yet innocent people are still in there and others have been sentenced to 15 to 25 years for stealing cassava, plantain, goat, etc. The laws of this country only works for the poor. Why won't the rich steal from the poor always if things go like this? We are doing so well in this helping to come and erode trust in democracy. My regards to the boss, Jonathan Abdullah Salifu, NDC Upper East Communications Officer. It's coming from a landlord, Borga Dean-Line. Mary from Labadi, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Good morning.
Which of our issues would you like to tackle this morning?
I want to talk about the Agradaa issue.
Okay.
I'm not a legal person, but as a lay person, I don't really understand the statements of the court. Because if someone is frauding people, at least if they reduce the sentence, it's supposed to be 5 years, at least. But why you just leave it? Then now it means everybody can fraud. It means everybody can fraud. And it means if you don't have money, your case is different. If you have money, your case is different. With this country, it's very difficult for you to live in this country. It's very, very difficult. It's very, very difficult. And the government should do something about it.
Joseph.
Interesting.
All right. Another caller is on the lines this morning. Hello, this is TV3 Newday. You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Cookie. This is Pana calling from Sanargo.
How are you, my brother?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I would like to greet you and all our viewers and then Mr. Akable, or the name Gra.
The name is Joseph Akable, Esquire.
Esquire.
Yes.
Akable.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I would like to start greetings to lawyer Al-Hassan Sadat. He's a Stamford Central citizen. I would like to send my greetings to him and then Honorable Ataisa. And I just come to enter your audition. After Kojo Antwi, Charlie, he's very legend. We don't even need to call him legendary again. We might call him a founder of hip hop or something like that. You know, he was having a song called Minyan Tabai, or what is he called?
Yeah, I know that song. Yeah,
that's why I was in a fun place that he came there to be locking it in a what do you call it? Mami Corvo. That day, Charlie, it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. So we appreciate what Kojo Antwi has been doing for since that then. And then our judicial sector, Charlie, we have nothing to say about that. We just want to inform them that they should remember that they will die one day. And if you judge somebody in this world, one day they will judge you too. We have only that I have to say about it. Thank you.
Thank you too for calling us. Joseph, read more messages for us if you have any.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the comments is the issue surrounding Agradaa. And I think at the start of the discussion, I did make the point that it's generally a bit surprising. I mean, you're very unfamiliar for you to see an appeal where you've had 15 years cut down to 1 year. That is a fair point. But the point of the engagement with the gentleman was to just draw his attention that it is not always 10 to 25. There's a possibility of 1 day to 25 when it's of a general nature. And that was the point we're making. A lot of you are still sending your messages on this particular matter. And yes, we all agree on the second point that 25 to 1 year may seem a bit somewhere there. But I mean, thank you all for sending some more messages to you. This one here, no. We are doing only Kojo Antwi. We have a special day for all other songs.
All right.
Let's cross over to Wale Wale now. We have a caller from Wale Wale. Good morning. Your name and where you are calling from?
Oh, too bad. Anyway, I'm told we've lost the person. Let me read this comment from Adam Mohammed saying, good morning, Cookie and Joseph. I'm commenting for the very first time on behalf of telenovela lovers to express our disappointments in your production team in charge of Tangled Heart. Cookie, can you imagine that we're being watched we have been watching repeated episodes for 2 months, but the rest of the programs are super. Okay, we'll look into that for you. We do apologize if that's the situation. We are first in news and best in entertainment. Of course, we're here to entertain you, so we'll look into that, but apologies before we even look into that for you. Adam Alali Alasan says, today is Fugu Day. Over 200 million Nigerians tried Ghana in the Jollof battle and still couldn't take the crown. Now 22 million Zambians say they want a 10.
You know, this morning I almost wore.
You should have worn your fugu this morning.
No, I know we have viewers in Zambia. I don't want them to be saying I'm wearing blouse.
No, I mean, no, which parts of that? That's why I wore this, because it's got the fugu colors as well. What part of it looks like a blouse? I don't get it. But have you seen the Zambian traditional attire?
Okay. But I mean, I like some of the write-ups that have been put out there, and I think one very interesting one that I saw was reminding the Zambians that there's a facility in Zambia that is named after Osagyefo for Dr. Kwame Nkrumah.
Right.
And someone was drawing their attention that Kwame Nkrumah wore a fugu.
That's a university.
To declare
exactly.
the university. Yes, he wore a fugu to declare Ghana's independence.
Yes.
So the icon that we all celebrate shows that nice attire, and I think I need to commend the president's team.
Yeah.
I mean, they've put us on the map once again. Even by virtue of the conversation in itself alone, that alone has drawn people's attention to the fact that something like this exists in other parts of the continent, Africa, right here in Africa. They should. I think we should begin to. I mean, those of you in the fugu business, this one is cheap business advice. You should start selling to the Zambians. You're going to get some good money.
Let's just take it that they didn't know, and now they've learned. They didn't know. But now they've learned that it's one of the prestigious traditional local attires that we have here in Ghana. We wear it everywhere. We've even worn it to the UN before. We wear it everywhere, to the United States of America, everywhere. We wear it from Monday to Friday. So yes, please get used to the culture. Another caller on the line. This is TV3 Newday. You're welcome.
Hello.
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Your name and where you're calling us from?
Yeah, I'm calling from Misheka. My name is Christian.
Christian, okay.
Yeah, this issue is not concerning what we are discussing, but it's very
But what does it concern?
Actually, it's concerning the chocolate day, which is Valentine's Day.
It's a who?
Valentine's Day, chocolate.
Oh, chocolate day. Okay, what about it?
It's very good. What actually is happening that anytime during the Kufo time when you go to the factory, during the Valentine's Day, they sell you the chocolate is a very minimum price. But as at now, when you go, the marketing officer with the wholesalers, they team up. When you go, they will tell you that there is no chocolate. The one which people are not interested, they will put it there. That only that they have. And the people at the hotels are coming to take that one away and sell it a very exorbitant. If anti-cooking, if you can do something about it, the chocolate become a very hot cake. Only the ministers and the second middle class people, their parents or their children have the chocolate to eat in Ghana here. Ordinary person, you don't have anywhere to go and buy chocolate. Now the chocolate small one is 40 Ghana cedis.
Okay.
So if the government can do something about it, like we have a farmer, the other things, the price is stable across the country. Everybody can buy it.
Okay.
Yeah, it will be very good.
All right. I agree. And the government must pay the cocoa farmers too, so that we can get a lot more cocoa to do a lot more chocolate for the country, especially during the month of love. But we'll look into that matter for you. Joseph, you've got messages?
Yes, there's a final one. And that will do here. It's coming from Ralph Akuse. You say that, good morning, Joseph and Cookie. I pray the state can go on appeal. Our courts, the least said, the better. That's from Ralph in Akuse.
Acidity also was sending message. And I also, for the first time in centuries, Ghana's inflation has dropped to 3.8% under the NDC. Dr. Baumia's mismanagement of Ghana's economy will expose you come 2028. Special greetings to Dr. Edem Segbefia, incoming NDC National Vice Chairman for. Okay. Neodati Mill says, did Agradaa appeal for a reduced sentence and won? Or did the judge just wake up in the morning and decided to reduce her sentence from 15 years to 12 months. Well, the law is the law. Okay. There's a world-class university right here in Ghana. It's called Rosebank International University, a strong South African university and a brand of the ADVTech Group, Africa's largest private education provider, with 146 schools across 5 African countries and over 100,000 learners, and partly owned by the World Bank through the IFC. Rosebank International University is fully accredited by the South African Qualifications Authority, the British Accreditation Council, GTech in Ghana, City Guild in the UK, and Capsicum Culinary Studio. At Rosebank International University, we offer a Doctor of Business Administration, a Masters of Science and Masters in Philosophy, in Digital Marketing, Bachelor of Supply Chain Management, targeting professionals in freight forwarding, customs, etc. We offer hospitality and culinary arts available at diploma, undergraduate, and postgraduate levels. Our ICT has BSc Information Technology in Business Systems and IT Computer Application Development, all of which have been carefully designed to equip you with the skills and qualifications needed for a successful global career. Our mission is very simple: inspiring excellence. Admissions are open now for this year, 2026. You can go to our modern campus at Airport Commercial or Perbia House, or you can also apply online, www.riuc.edu.gh. Rosebank International University, building global citizens. All right. More messages coming in. Sophia Lai says, good morning, Cookie Tea. Please, I think the judges are promoting fraud because I know one of our sister station who was using ways and means to fraud people. They must be arrested as well. What he always says is, if you come to my church, the offering starts from 1,000 Ghana cedis. The government must look into these things as well. There are too many of these people out there. Okay. Now, remember, Aji and Krasi, also my day, we see hair cookie, but my day. Anyway, you're cashing out with us this morning, *439# if you're a Telecel or MTN subscriber. It's the big jackpot. 3 of you walking away with a total of 10,000 Ghana cedis. First person takes home 2,000, second 3,000, and the third person will take 5,000 Ghana cedis. You're choosing option 8, which is the MG option. You play as many times as possible. Master Planner says the Zambians want to create content. They want to use Ghana for the trends. Good morning to you and the team as well. Hey, Lawrence Dogwe, you've mentioned all my names. Fatima Kukiti and Joe Fraser. Please, where's Johnny Hughes?
Yo.
I miss his bites. Can you guys tell me why he's no more coming on set? Well, Johnny Hughes is back on radio. He's been back from Monday. If you're not listening to 92.7, then this is the time for you to listen. Please listen, and I'm sure in due course you'll be seeing him again here on the morning show. So for your information, FYI, please, Johnny Hughes is back. You have a reminder for us? Queen Star. Okay, they want us to talk about granola. I've been eating granola all week. I don't think that you have been here. So here, I'll give you a box to try this morning.
You know, I last week, it was last week, I told you I used to...
You told me this is what took you through law school.
Yes, and a colleague of mine, she used to...
Charlie, this law school...
A colleague of mine, she used to sit by me. She's the one who used to... she used to supply it for free. She used to give me one every time. And when I mentioned that I used to eat it a lot in law school, she sent a message that, hey, you just used to eat it. I mean, reminding me basically that
she used to supply it. So thank you for supplying. Law school, the time that we planned to do it together, we should have done it together. By now,
it's not late.
But I don't know now, because right now I feel very tired in my system and in my head already.
You'll be fine.
So
Once
I wonder. Granola, I should do it right, because I should have done it when we talked about it. Some 5-7 years ago. I am a yapa, but anyway, it's okay. Granola has got us covered. We've got a lot more here, for you on TV3 Newday. Akable sitting with the kings of Friday, the big issue, Afterwards, we sit with the living legend, Kojo Antwi. Don't go anywhere. It's a juicy, packed show here this morning. Stay with us.
Thank you for staying with us here on New Day on TV3. Like we did indicate, today we are celebrating the man Kojo Antwi. He'll be joining us in studio right after this segment. You cannot miss this. I mean, Kojo Antwi, amazing musician. We all love his music, and for those of you who are always used to the December 24 concert as well, he'll be talking a lot about all of those things. But there's a big surprise that will come up during the Kojo Antwi interview. I'm not going to tell you what the surprise is, but we get a chance to learn a bit more about Kojo Antwi. I'll leave that surprise to Cookie. If she forgets to tell you about the surprise, you guys should remind her that I promise, because she's been hiding it for a while. I wanted to actually bring the surprise on the earlier segment, but she said no, she'll do it later on when Kojo Antwi is on. So we'll do that to you. It'll be the first time you are hearing about that here on New Day, and so we are all celebrating Kojo Antwi still. So that's it in terms of what will come up after this segment. But with regards to this segment, we are talking about our cocoa farmers this morning. It's a disturbing story that has been picked up so far by the international portals as well as the media here in the country about farmers basically saying that they've not been paid some as far back as November for cocoa that they've already made available. And already, as is usual here in Ghana, there are accusations and counter-accusations that are being put out there in the public domain. I have read from some former officials at Cocoa Board who attribute it to a change in the system that we have, particularly the decision not to go for the syndicated loan. They have attributed it to that, making the point that that meant that we didn't have money readily available. And then some have also explained that we opted for that situation because we already owe some of our dealers in advance. So we've taken money already. The cocoa that we've basically sold that in previous seasons we couldn't make available to them. So basically we are starting the season with the need to supply cocoa to some individuals. And so if you go for another loan and you have the interest rates to still be very high, it comes with its own challenges. All these are matters that are troubling that we have to talk about. And for those of you familiar with the IMF and what it's doing in terms of Ghana, restructuring Cocoa Board is one area that the IMF has also complained about. They've talked about the high debts. They've talked about Cocoa Board spending in areas that are not particularly beneficial, and the need to make sure that it's a bit more efficient. And all those are issues that dominate the discussion. We heard from Cocoa Board this week as well. Dr. Randy Abbey, the CEO, actually spoke right here on New Day, explaining the situation and making the point substantively that the finance minister is trying to get some funds, make it available for them to make it available to the farmers as well, so that we don't have the challenge worsening on our hands. All these are aspects of the conversation that we'll be looking at this morning. And we'll start off the conversation. I want us to listen to the minority in Parliament first. They had a cause to address a news conference to touch on these matters.
Cocoa Board and government must be blamed for failing to reimburse various cocoa buying companies for purchases already delivered to Cocoa Board. The LBCs have borrowed from banks and off-takers to pre-finance the harvest, but as we speak, Cocoa Board owes the LBCs over 10 billion cedis, being defaulted receipts of cocoa already taken over. The reality is that farmers are not being paid for their cocoa sold to the Mahama-led NDC government since November last year. From the Chief Executive of Cocoa Board, trying to assign several reasons why farmers cannot be paid. Among the reasons was that the previous administration defaulted in the payment of the syndicated loan contracted for the 2023-2024 cocoa season, and that the current administration could no longer access the facility. I was surprised that this was coming from the Chief Executive. It is absolutely untrue. If the Chief Executive has any evidence that Cocoa Board has defaulted, it should provide that evidence. Call on government and Cocoa Board to pay our cocoa farmers immediately for all cocoa beans sold and to be sold, to save the cocoa industry from slipping back to days of despondency and loss of interest. We demand an apology from government and Cocoa Board for this gross dereliction of duty.
You had a minority in parliament there. I want us to also take a listen to the cocoa buyers as well. They've also been explaining what is accounting for the situation.
Since 2013, Cocoa Board has become a dumping ground for political food soldiers. The one very professional organization with top-notch technocrats with deep institutional memory has lost its shine due to the depth of knowledge available. Hitherto, only the chief executive is politically exposed, and with time, the 3 deputy chief executives were also political appointees. It is sad to know that there is no longer security of tenure in Cocoa Board, as there is sweeping change in personnel at all levels, including drivers, with a change in government. We want the current funding model to be reviewed so that a hybrid of the old model of securing some syndication facility, that is from local or international banks, to enable real-time payment for cocoa purchased and delivered to port by LDCs. Government must, as a matter of urgency, secure some facility to pay for estimated 300,000 metric tons of cocoa in a phased-off manner between now and September to prevent the crisis deepening.
So first you heard Dr. Isaac Yao Opoku, the ranking member on Parliament's Food and Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs Committee, speaking on the situation with regards to farmers complaining about not receiving payments. Then secondly, you heard Victor Jah, Executive Secretary of the Licensed Cocoa Buyers Association of Ghana. I want us to put a bit of data that the team has been digging around up on the screen now. Very, very brilliant piece of data that puts everything in proper perspective if you are still a bit confused about the state of affairs. And so why Ghana's cocoa farmers are not being paid. And what we've done is that we've categorized it into the funding source, the cash flow to farmers, the cost to Ghana, and the current outcome. And we compare the old model where we used to go for the syndicated loan to the new model, the buyer prepayment model that is being implemented starting from the previous season and now this season as well. And so first, in terms of the funding source, under the old model, the loans were obtained from international banks, went for some $1.3 billion not too long ago. Whereas for the new model, we have 60% upfront payment from global cocoa buyers, and we received $500 million. And so when you compare the two, you see where the immediate challenges. We don't have funds readily available as we used to in times past. And earlier on, I was making a point that some have attributed the switch to particularly the challenge with the fact that we had gone for the loans. We could not even, due to the forward sales we're doing, we could not even supply to some of our buyers. So it meant that when we started the planting season, we owed people that we had to give them cocoa, and we're still signing new deals. And so the decision was taken that, well, why do we even need to go for the loan? Because the loan also comes with its own high interest rate and the challenges that it comes with it. In the course of the show, I'll try and dig up the IMF document and share parts of it with you and what it has to say about this whole approach. But the cash flow to farmers, in terms of the old model, Cocoa Board disburses the funds to the LBCs directly. That was the model then. But this time around, Cocoa Board depends on buyer cash to fund the LBCs. Then the cost to Ghana, the high interest rates in terms of the old model where we went for the syndicated loan, we're doing about $150 million annually. And the Cocoa Board depends on the buyer cash to fund the LBCs. And in terms of their interest issues, no interest, but high risk if the buyers pull out. And the current outcome is that payments were stable but costly with regards to the first thing. It's really a logical conclusion because you have the money even prior to beginning the whole season proper in terms of when you make payments. Then the current model, payments will delay, the buyers may be hesitant, and the system ends up being stressed. There's a bit of connection with the prices, cocoa prices as well, and cocoa prices are not doing particularly well. So you can see the graph on the table now. You see that it's been dropping, and at least from the beginning part of 2026, it's coming all the way down, and we don't know how things will be going into March, but this is how it looks as well. So it also means that within a year, we've done about 60% drop in price, and so that also means that with the current approach that we are experiencing, some of the buyers are also being hesitant about participating in the trade, and so it's also become a challenge on its own, and that will mean that we'll have to deal with it in a different manner. And we heard from the Cocoa Board CEO make the point that what they are trying to do now is to try and find alternate fund. And there's a Reuters report that references the falling international cocoa market, and it makes the point that a global surplus has driven down cocoa prices by around 20% so far this year, after a 50% drop last year. In 2024, internationally traded cocoa prices surged by 160%. Under Ghana's cocoa financing system, farmers sell beans to the licensed buying companies that in turn sell them to Cocoa Board, which sells to international traders through its marketing company. And so a source at the licensed buying company told the Reuters that the fall in international prices meant Cocoa Board was struggling to persuade international traders to make advance payments to secure supplies. The second source also said that the farm gate price set annually by the regulator was untenably high, and you understand why, because once the prices have dropped and the farm gate price have already been set high, it means that the buyers would definitely be hesitant a bit. And so the article also makes reference to the change in the system as another problem that the current administration has to contend with to resolve all these matters. And so these are all aspects of the conversation that we intend to look at this morning. Let me introduce you to my guest in the studio. Austin Bracco Powers is a private legal practitioner. Austin joins us in the studio. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, good morning. I hope you're doing well.
I'm very well. It's always good to have you in the studio. Also joining us in the studio this morning, Ebo Bachman. Ebo Bachman is Deputy Communications Director for the United Party. Ebo is also into financial and economic analysis. And I'll start this conversation with Ebo when we get into the conversation as well. His team is doing well these days, so he's happy. Good morning, Ebo. And one of Ghana's almost best midfielders. Those days, you don't know. You should ask him. Almost say AB Gina defense anymore. Like the born in Kobe. Abraham Maliba is a legal practitioner, a Director General National Road Safety Authority, a member of the NEC Communications team as well. Senior, good morning. Thank you.
Good morning. You know my team is also doing well now, man. You.
Oh yes. There
has been a tremendous turnaround of fortunes.
Yeah.
And Carrick is doing well. So you need a coach who knows the chemistry and the psyche of the team to perform. And I'm excited. I was here to lambast them and said, "Is there a team we can beat again?" But now we can beat any team.
I remember that lamentation. You caught all of us off guard. We were talking about something else, and you said, unrelated. He just burst out and said he wants to complain about something, and you went after.
Yeah, it's because when Man U is not performing well, my weekends are not so good. So sometimes my children can come around me and I'll not be happy. My wife, unless after some time. So it has an effect on me. And so that's why sometimes I'm not able to bottle it up. But things are moving well now.
Yeah, Manchester United, they are doing very well. I watched one of the games, I think last weekend. They won, I think 3-2. Yeah, the football was amazing. The passing. Hey, your coach, you have to employ him and sack him again. The former coach. Yeah, you have to employ him and sack him again.
We are back to the days of the Ferguson days.
Yeah, he scored in Fergie's time as well. Fergie time as well. So that is just by the way. Let's get into the conversation quickly. Let me bring in Ebo quickly. Let's start the conversation off. And
it's good to start with Ebo. He's a cocoa farmer, so.
I'm not a cocoa farmer. I'm a fisherman. I'm a typical fisherman. You may want to double as cocoa.
Ebo is our pocket economist in the studio this morning, and Ebo, I mean, when you read all the portals, it tends to point to the current model that we are basically operating, coupled with what is happening on the global scene with regards to the cocoa prices, to be the challenge. You agree with that?
You see, until we begin to say things as they are, and until we begin to put the spotlight where it's supposed to be, we'll continue to have problems in this country. Actually, yesterday, I was so much annoyed when I saw the press conference of the minority. I was so much annoyed, given the fact that they are the very people who created the kind of mess we find ourselves in that sector. I mean, if you look at the way they mismanaged Cocoa Board in the last 8 years, you wonder whether these people have any sense of shame. That you go to the extent of having press conference, accusing this government and the Cocoa Board for the mess that the very mess that you created. You see, if you are managing an institution, you shouldn't always focus on revenue. You should also look at expenditure and how funds are managed in that institution. Check the records in the last 8 years of MPP. Cocoa Board, the kind of things that went into the administration of Cocoa Board, finances and all that. An institution that could buy sacks to be used for 10 years. What kind of management is this? Look at the way they were dishing out cocoa roots contracts to people. I mean, there was total chaos in that sector. And the very people who did that, that's the kind of democracy should not be encouraged in this country. That you come and destroy, you loot, you steal. After that, you go out there and be accusing the one, fix it. Then if that is it, then anybody can be president in this country. If it's about mismanaging, destroying, and just accusing the one who was taking over to fix it, then we don't have to worry ourselves. Anybody at all can be, any political party or anybody at all can be president and govern this country. So it's quite annoying. You see, so it doesn't lie in the mouth of MPP to ask this government to fix the problem. They should let the citizenry and the cocoa farmers say it, not MPP. Given the kind of mess they've created in that sector. You see, and we should have a system where people will be punished for mismanagement, gross mismanagement, and outright thievery. Because nobody has been punished from that institution. That's why they have the effrontery to be saying the things they are saying. Private sector will manage something and make profit. Cocoa, just buying cocoa and to sell. You don't produce cocoa. Somebody has produced cocoa. Go and buy and sell. That one too, you can't manage it. Then after 8 years, you are now accusing someone who has taken over your mess, trying to resolve your mess. You are accusing the person. You think if they came to meet money, they wouldn't have paid the farmers? So that is the issue. See, just look at this issue of rollover. And that is what annoys me. You've entered into forward contract to do forward sale. You think hedging is good, so let me hedge. Okay, so now you are supposed to supply a certain quantity of tons of cocoa. You couldn't supply an amount of, I think, 30,000 tons or so. You had money for it too, but you couldn't supply because the money has been paid to you in advance. You couldn't supply. Why didn't you keep the money for subsequent season? When you get money, when you get cocoa, then you buy for them. You squandered that money. That is one leg of it. You squandered that money that you borrowed. Oh, sorry, that you received as forward payment. You squandered it. Then, now what is even worse is that because we are now supposed to supply or deliver at higher price, we've lost, or it has resulted in book-to-market losses of about 840 million dollars thereabout. And you have the effort to be organizing press conference in this country. You've let all this mess. Look, the money that was given to you, you've squandered it. Because he had money, you have to engage in buying cocoa sacks 10 years to be used in 10 years. Because you don't have to spend the money for yourselves. Look at how the road contracts were inflated. And all these things have gone on. And you think, instead of you to proffer solutions as to how to solve the problem, as to how to look at a financing model that will help us to come out of this situation, you are just accusing and saying all manner of things, spewing nonsense and all that. You see, our position as United Party, which we have expressed in our GTP, is that, in fact, even before we had a problem with the syndicated loan, the external one, we said it was not sustainable. It doesn't make sense to listen to this. You buy cocoa in cities. Then you go and borrow dollars to come and buy in cities. Then after that, when you get money, you change it to dollars and you pay back. It means you don't get anything. It's like -1 + 1 is equal to 0.
I mean, depending on if we generally have a stronger currency, it may be a bit different. But normally, we will not get to that level of the pegging. So.
Yeah. So the point I'm making is that why don't you do the syndication locally? These local banks can finance it. There are local banks here who can finance our cocoa pitches.
$1.3 billion annually.
But see, that's why it's syndication.
Put them together.
Yes, that's why. Yeah, different. That's why it's syndication. Now, if you do that, what it means is that now you borrowed in cities. You are buying in cities. When you sell, you get dollars. Now the country benefits dollars. You have dollars in your country. You're not going to send the dollars back again. That's how we should manage our situation. We also believe that we should allow the private sector. We should offload some of the shares of Cocoa Board to the private sector. I mean, let's offload some on stock exchange, Ghana Stock Exchange, and other exchanges. Let private individuals also be share owners of Cocoa Board, or even the farmers. We can give them an option for the farmers to also be part owners of Cocoa Board through shares. If you do that, then it becomes collective thing. But a situation where the politicians see Cocoa Board as a cash cow. So when they come, they throw in people who have no knowledge about management. People who have little or no knowledge about management, because that place is a cash cow. That is where they get money to finance their political parties. That's where they give contracts, they inflate contract 2 or 3 times the price. And that has been the system. And it was worse last 8 years under Akufo-Addo administration. And so that is why it's quite annoying. See, we need to do proper modeling. We need to have financial model that will solve this problem. It's not just about paying them. Yes, the finance minister should be able to find money to pay them. It's as a matter of urgency. But beyond that, as a nation, let's come together. We have perfect solutions in our GTP. The government can consider it. I mean, they can glean from it. We are not saying take everything, but you can take some of the things you've suggested, add some to it. Let's have permanent solutions to this problem. Because whether you like it or not, cocoa sector is one of the backbones. If you have so many backbones in Ghana, it's one of the backbones of this economy. And therefore, we should have our best. You see, I was telling somebody yesterday, why is it that in Finland, it's the best students who teach, the first class students who teach. In Ghana, it's those who fail and try 3 times who teach.
I mean,
no, I'm coming.
I mean, not all of them are.
Yeah, most of the time. So the point I'm making is that the point I'm making.
My teacher friends to come after me this morning for what you are saying.
No. I'm saying that.
I get a point.
Okay. Some of them. Let me. I didn't mean all of them, but let me make it clear.
I thought briefly.
The point I'm making is that the point I'm making is that at any point in time we should have our best brains managing our resources, not political appointees who know next to nothing. Let's have our best brains. If you have institutions as important as Cocoa Board, and look at what the president of the association or whatever said, that it's become a political, so now they throw people in there, just go and make sure that we get money to finance our political party activities. It's quite sad.
Do you think, 2 questions, but before I come to the second one, let me just ask you that, I mean, and for those of you, some of you, you'd like to do politics with everything, so just to put it in context, the syndicated loan, we stopped it in August 2024. It was announced by the former Chief Executive Officer, Joseph Boahi Edu. At the start of the season, even before the September 1, when the season opened, he did indicate that Cocoa Board will not raise a syndicated loan
do you stop?
for 2024-2025 season for the first time in over 3 decades. And he goes on to say that we are not taking funds from cocoa traders as well. The money will come locally. We are going to be self-financing. So that was the point that he makes. He says, worst case scenario, we'll do a cocktail of self-financing and domestic financing. And so that's what he said in August of 2024. In fact, 20th August 2024. I mean, basically trying to do what you are talking about.
Do you think that, given the situation of Cocoa Board, the balance sheet of Cocoa Board and all that, do you think lenders were prepared to give Ghana money?
I mean,
but that's what I'm saying. That you see, they don't want to tell the truth.
So I mean,
because of the mess, lenders were not prepared to give. Why do you put your money into an institution that is sinking financially?
Okay.
So what they are saying is not they are not presenting the true facts.
Okay.
The fact is that because of the mess they created in that sector, lenders were not prepared to part with money to finance our cocoa purchase. That is the fact.
Okay.
And coupled with the fact that this rollover issue, you go and take money, you chop the money. Now somebody will have to come and pay the money. Now pay even more because now the price, I think, was $2,600 at the time per ton. Now it is more, as we saw, it's about 4,000 something. So we have to pay more than twice or almost twice what you would have paid if you had supplied. The price at which would have supplied if you had done the full complete supply in the previous season. So my brother, let's be serious in this country.
And I mean, Ebo was talking about the state of Cocoa Board, and I didn't interject because I mean earlier I made a point that I would share with you what the IMF said about Cocoa Board. In fact, the government of Ghana in the last IMF report, government speaking to the IMF, the government made a point that they are now actively participating in price-setting deliberations. A cocoa desk has been established at the Ministry of Finance. Funding plans will be reviewed regularly and associated with contingency planning exercises. Should downside risk materialize, would ensure that Cocoa Board scales down spending further to ensure a balanced financial position. Consistent with the program design, Cocoa Board will refrain from mobilizing any non-consensual funding and or any collateralized funding except for its annual syndicated loan. We know that did not happen. We have amended the Cocoa Board bill to further strengthen financial oversight over Cocoa Board and ensure policy coherence and the efficient management of resources in the cocoa sector. And so there were challenges with what Cocoa Board have been doing over the period. In fact, they said that they want to limit Cocoa Board's quasi-fiscal activities, which is a nice way of saying that some of the things they were spending on are things that you cannot attribute directly to what Cocoa Board is doing. And the BOG, there's a part of the report that makes the point that the BOG continues to have significant and profitable exposures to SOEs such as Cocoa Board. So Cocoa Board is one of the SOEs that every part of the IMF report that has to do with debt, you see Cocoa Board are being thrown in there. In fact, there's a turnaround strategy that Ghana is currently implementing with the World Bank support to undertake a functional and expenditure review to enhance efficiency and prepare a cocoa sector's modernization strategy to improve resilience and competitiveness. Let me come to Austin now. And I mean, Austin, what's your own appreciation of what the challenge is? I mean, at the heart of it all are the poor cocoa farmers. They've gone through the season, their products are ready, they've made it available, and their money is now the problem.
Joseph, the essence of the entire discussion is lost to politics. In fact, the whole conversation is really with politics. All I hear from the functionaries, or I hear from appointees of the governing National Democratic Congress, is politics. All I hear from the minority is politics, politics, politics. What are the issues? Today, as we speak, as of early 2026, spot prices were trading at around $4,100 to $4,300, with futures prices, in fact, fluctuating. So it is no longer feasible for the government to guarantee the farm gate price that was announced in the 2025-2026 season. Don't forget, the farm gate price was 58,000 cedis. Today, if you are to do the math, even if granted the cedi is trading, the cedi is running against the dollar for maybe at the amount of maybe 11 cedi. If you do the math times 4,100 cedis, the government will not be able to pay the farm gate price. That is a major challenge. So, what are the issues? I think clearly, the government must go back and renegotiate. This is a simple contract situation. You contracted with them and you agreed to pay 58,000 cedis for the farm gate price. Now it's no longer tenable. What do? You must go back and renegotiate. But before you go back and renegotiate, you must pay the accrued rights. The farmers are entitled to the accrued rights. By reason of the fact that they have supplied cocoa beans through the LBCs, the licensed buying companies, to you. But now, when you go to the world market or the global market, you are not able to get a favorable price because of the reduction and fluctuation. So these are accrued rights that you must honor, obligations you must honor. So the government has an obligation to honor. Then going forward, you must go and renegotiate. I always want us to engage in a dispassionate analysis. Joe, the opposition New Patriotic Party, during their press conference, were blaming the government and they were blaming Cocoa Board for the challenge we have. I think this is very dishonest. Because they know that the reason why we are here is not because of the inefficiency of the current leadership of Cocoa Board or the government. It's because of the price fluctuation on the global markets. That is why we are here. Because the government cannot sell cocoa, the cocoa they purchase from the LBCs at $4,100, between $4,100 to $4,300, and come back and say, and even add more money to pay the farm gate price. That would be, that is serious. And again, they cannot blame the government can also blame the opposition, New Patriotic Party, and say that because at your time we were not able to secure syndicated loan, and because of that, because we were not able to get syndicated loan, that is why we are in this mess. I think the two sides are not being honest.
I mean, as far as I can remember, I mean, we don't recall having a discussion on cocoa farmers not being able to receive it. And I mean, all the materials available, when you read it, it all points to the fact that the syndicated loan appeared to be a bit of a sustainable model. And because of our state of affairs, they say we decided not to go for it again.
In fact, because we've not had the opportunity to do a serious analysis with the syndicated loan, and Bachman hinted on that. In fact, we are incurring a lot of debt. Syndicated loan, you go for loans with, and even through the infographics you displayed, it's not a sustainable model. It's really not a sustainable. We've been able to do that for close to 3 decades, but is it a sustainable model? Why do we go for a model that, in fact, bring in more debt, a model that brings in more debt rather than benefits? It wasn't a sustainable model. So we cannot sit here and blame the syndicated loan. The thing is that, ask yourself, when you compare the farm gate prices over the years, you realize that this government had rather gone for the higher haul. In fact, they've gone for the jugular. Because of politics, they promised to help cocoa farmers and they promised to do the undoable. And that is why we are in the challenge we find ourselves. I think we need to engage in a dispassionate, honest conversation. The problem we have on hand has nothing to do with stopping the syndicated loan or being unable to access syndicated loan. And again, has nothing to do with inefficiency of the current leadership of the Cocoa Board or the government. I think it has to do with the fact that we promised more to the cocoa farmers. Yet now when we go to the international market, we're not getting the higher price.
Yeah, I mean, but then it comes back to our projections as well. We can't take that out.
That is why...
I mean, of course, there are things that can happen suddenly, but if I don't know if we can bring back the graph that shows the price changes just to put it within context for us to see how the price have been behaving. But then the point I'm making is the projections.
No. So that's what I'm saying, that we need to be honest.
Yes. So you can see how it looks here. And if you start from 2025, you realize that there was a downward trend. Things went up a bit May, July, thereabouts. Then it drops again towards the September. It drops further all the way towards November. You see a slide up there, but it's not really sustainable, and it goes down again. I mean, so if and I'm sure the team, their desk at Finance Ministry, Cocoa Board, that will be privy to all these numbers that we are putting out there. And I mean, I get your point about the politics and what was promised, but that tells you that at least there's a part of our trading projections that are not within our control, and in deciding what figures to offer and all of that, we should be accounting for it, doing the plus or minus so that we don't do that. But if you recall the price that was fixed, even at the time, the minority even complained that it was still too low. The farmers were not getting much. So it's not just about what is promised. It's also about what is demanded from all sides as well.
The thing is that, and you see, I agree perfectly with you. Sometimes we need to do the math. We have the mathematicians who look at the global picture and fix the price. Forget about the politics. When the governing National Democratic Congress was in opposition, they were also doing politics with cocoa prices. So the opposition New Patriotic Party is also doing the same thing. It's politics. But forget about the politics. Let us engage in fact, an honest conversation. Was it tenable to fix a farm gate price at 58,000 cedis at a time? Sometimes you look at because you see, as at 2024, let me say December 2024, and per your graph, the spot price was trading at $10,000, and it plummeted. So when and it plummeted to 8,000 plus. So when it was dropping, if we were dutiful and we wanted to engage in honest politics, we would have fixed a realistic price.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is that even at the time, the cocoa farmers said that the price that had been fixed was too low. The opposition said that the government had promised way more than that, so it was still too low. Now we have even realized that what the government even fixed, it would have been better if the government had even gone below that.
Joseph, you know, I am a realist. Sometimes I tend to support certain policy decisions of President John Mahama. Why? Because some of his decisions are realistic, but there are others that are highfalutin. These are promises. These are political promises that are not realistic. The thing is that they will do politics with it, but is it realistic? Can you afford it? Look at the challenges. In fact, if this government had been realistic at the time, do you think we would have found ourselves in this situation? Sometimes we need to engage in honest politics and stop the back and forth, the needless politics and partisan politics that has brought us to where we are, and we are unable to make headway. Joseph, there's another thing I would like to address. I heard the Ghana National Cocoa Farmers Association, the president, say that they are giving government 2 weeks ultimatum within which they must pay their members. Otherwise, they will begin to smuggle the cocoa beans to neighboring countries. I want to tell him that is a threat and that should not be entertained in this country. Smuggling cocoa beans is a crime. Go and read section 317 of Act 29. You cannot smuggle cocoa bean because government is owing you. You cannot engage in criminal activities because the government is owing you. This is something they should, and I'm speaking directly to the president. You cannot engage in this conversation. Whoever spoke on behalf of the Ghana National Cocoa Farmers Association, you cannot smuggle cocoa from Ghana to neighboring countries because government is owing you. You have a contract with the government. There are challenges. I want the government to meet them. These are the challenges. These are trying moments. Joe, these are trying moments. Let's stop the politics. The opposition New Patriotic Party is doing politics with the matter. And I'm telling them that they have no basis for their political gimmicks. They should be blamed if we are talking about the efficiencies, and you were articulated to the World Bank's comment with regard to the management of Cocoa Board. We know Cocoa Board was mismanaged. But I'm saying that the current challenge has nothing to do with the mismanagement of Cocoa Board. It has more to do with the international prices. And we must be honest and engage the stakeholders. Tell them that these are the challenges, these are trying moments. Let us negotiate. And I'm saying that, Joe, already the government has the farmers have an accrued right, which is that you promise them 58,000 cedis for farm gate price. You must honor that obligation. But beyond that, you must renegotiate. The $58,000 58,000 cedis is no longer feasible. You cannot guarantee that you pay them. Looking at the current spot price of cocoa on the international market, government must begin. We need to get a government, and I want this president to continue on the path of honest politics. These are trying times. It has nothing to do with inefficiencies. of Cocoa Board, currently headed by Dr. Randy Abbey, it has nothing to do with that. It equally has nothing to do with our inability to secure or access syndicated loan. It has more to do with international prices. Let us meet with the stakeholders.
Management is part of it.
It is not to be blamed for the current problem. The current problem has nothing to do with that.
I'm not talking about the mismanagement by the current administration. I'm talking about the previous administration's mismanagement. You see, problems don't just occur.
Back one. It has nothing to do with that.
Okay.
With mismanagement.
Let me come to AB, but before then, just a summary. Some of you are asking what exactly Cocoa Board has been saying about this. I indicated Dr. Randy Abbey spoke to us yesterday. He says first that the Cocoa Board and the Finance Ministry are working on solutions to address the delayed arrears owed to farmers and appeal to farmers to be patient while those efforts continue. He says the delays are recognized at the highest level of Cocoa Board and being treated as a problem requiring a coordinated response. Secondly, he attributed part of the problem to financing challenges. He says that the major reason for the slow payments is the collapse of the long-standing syndicated loan model that historically funded cocoa purchases. Under the old model, international financing helped ensure cash flow through the system to the licensed buying companies and then to farmers. Without it, financing has become more difficult and more expensive, and that currently buyers find Ghana's cocoa to be comparatively expensive, making it harder for Ghana to secure advance funding from international buyers, which in turn affects the ability of the LBCs to pay farmers promptly. And so there's a new financing model that he says is being developed in collaboration with the Finance Ministry that will stabilize payments and support farmers better. And maybe I'll start off from the contract point that Austin was making to AB. And I mean, if I have signed a contract with government of Ghana, for that matter, at a certain price, I don't see how I would agree to renegotiate and go out of that. I mean, at the bottom of it is that the farmers need their money, basically. I mean, what do you make of where we find ourselves currently?
Let me say, for the first time on this program with my colleague, lawyer, Braco.
For the first time you agree with him?
For the first time on this program, I agree with him largely with the points he has made. There are only two areas I disagree with him.
Okay.
The first one is saying that we shouldn't do politics with it. I disagree with him because those who raise the issue are politicians, and we must deal with them as it is. And I like the way Ebo dealt with them. The second thing is, I agree with him that we should go back and negotiate with the farmers, because the statistics, as you have shown them, cannot support the amount that we promise. But we have an opposition that is hypocritical, that lacks decency, and the third one is that they are opportunistic. Why am I saying this? You adopted what I will call as a Scorch F policy in managing Cocoa Board. And those who don't know what Scorch F policy is, they should Google and see. Meaning that whatever is found in Cocoa Board, you appropriated it, took them away, stole them, mismanaged them. You adopted a Scorch F policy in managing Cocoa Board. In other words, you dug a big hole. And when your opponent came and fell in the hole, you say, why are you falling in the hole? Can't you see the hole? But you are the one who dug the hole. In the latter parts of Akufo-Addo's administration, this indicated thing that you spoke about, where international banks contribute money, it was not possible to go for that because one was that the economy was run badly, such that the syndicated partners had no confidence in the country. And so did not feel obligated to pump in money into the system. You get my point? Then, what is not being said is that they went and took loans from off-takers. Cadbury is an off-taker, Cadbury. You know Cadbury? It's one of them. To give them some tons of cocoa beans. As we speak, they could not supply the amount of cocoa beans. And yet they took their money. It is this government that is now completing or attempting to complete the supply of the cocoa beans to these off-takers. But now, they can't supply at the price. It's now going to be the price that you are showing.
The current price, the market price, the current market price.
This is the handiwork of those who were holding press conferences yesterday. Second, and I've written them here. They went and bought fertilizer, which would feed us, for the want of the right expression, or which can be used for the next 5 years. When they took it, when in our stores there was fertilizer that would take us for 3 years already. There was already 3 years stocks that could take us for 3 years. And the way they did it, as if they knew they were going out of power. I don't know the term, but they made it in such a way that even if a new government comes, you cannot abrogate. I have forgotten the term. I don't know what it's. Okay, I've forgotten, but I explained. I've explained what it is, but I've forgotten the term. You see, that's what they did.
Like they tie your hands.
They tie your hands.
Yeah,
so this current management and their board cannot do anything. They are just sitting there and watching 5 years. When there's already 3 years of stock. The next thing they did was to go for loans to refurbish cocoa farms to a certain acreage. They've not been able to complete the acreage, the money is finished. So you understand why I describe it as a scourge F management of cocoa board. Then you now turn around, and that is how shameless they are. The fact that they will not even think twice and say, but if we say this, wouldn't they say this? Would Ghanaians say this? You turn around, hold a press conference, say, pay the cocoa farmers. So it's as if to say that we knew what we did, and we are now happy that the effects are showing. And so Ghanaians should see the NDC. They cannot pay. And that's why I think that their kind of politics smacks of hypocrisy, lack of conduct, and above all, opportunistic. Look, where we are now is to be realistic with the people of the cocoa farmers. I wouldn't have gone this tangent if it were cocoa farmers who held a press conference and then bring out all these things. My submissions this morning would have been that government go back and then renegotiate.
And find money to pay them.
Yes, but I can tell you that my sources indicate that the Minister of Finance has been tasked to deal with the funding challenges. When I asked why we cannot go back to the syndicated, the answer was that because we are already tied to this okay, I don't know what that is. I don't know the terms.
The rollover.
But because our hands are already tied to these off-takers, because we couldn't supply all.
Yes, the rollover.
If we start dealing with the syndicate, they can take us to court. You can't start supplying to the syndicated and leave your immediate obligation. He's a lawyer, he knows that. So that's how critical it is. That's how we cannot wiggle our way out of this mess. I think that naturally, and I'm a politician, cocoa farmers are generally allies to the NDC. I think what we should be doing is to reach out to them. Let's reach out to the cocoa farmers. They will understand. Let's not distance ourselves. Let's go to them. Let's renegotiate with them. And then when the prices start increasing, we can even double their earnings. We can even double their earnings for them. But to allow the MPP to play cocoa farmers against the ruling government is the reason why I describe them as hypocritical. They lack decency. I wrote them down. And they are opportunistic. This noisy minority must not be allowed to derail the good things that this president is putting out there, and we are hailed all over the world. I think that they should be caged. And the last thing I would say, well, I'll leave that one. But I would have said that if we had a way, we should carve out a small part of the country and give it to this minority so they'll be there governing themselves. It should be like Lesotho in South Africa. They are just too disruptive and will not allow good things that are coming to the people. Have you seen Ghanaians going to open their mouth for fuel to enter their mouth, showing that now there's traffic in town. Vehicles that were parked for long are now all in town. Isn't it a good thing for Ghana? Doesn't matter which political party you belong to.
I'm confused. I thought you said you're not going to say it.
But you know me.
Maybe in this element.
I mean, so just quick 1 minute.
Let me make this point. You see, as AB said, in fact, I left the finance and economic analysis of it and dealt with the political analysis of it because of the press conference. And let me make this point. I hear people say that, and this comes from MPP people a lot, that how can opposition party be attacking opposition party and not the government? Let me make this point clear. NDC is not our ally. NDC is our competitor. MPP is our competitor. What? MPP came to destroy Ghana. NDC is rebuilding Ghana. I can't ally with the one who destroyed Ghana to attack the one rebuilding it. It doesn't make sense. That is why when this government does well, we praise the government. For example, let me read what I just saw to you. And that is how we should be governing this country. President Mahama has sent this warning to his appointees. He said, woe betide any CEO of any state-owned enterprise who by the end of April hasn't done their audit and presented an annual report. This is a president working, making sure that things are done right in this country. He said, I should align with you, the Luther, the John 1010A politicians. I should align with you to attack the John 1010B. The one that has come that we may have life and have it more abundantly. I should join you to attack that one. Does it make sense? We have two spotlights. One is on MPP. It will be on them because their records still speak. Their records still speak. We have one on NDC as well. When they do the wrong thing, you will hear us speak against it. But we will never leave the spotlight on MPP's record. We will let Ghanaians know the kind of mess they cause in this country.
Okay.
And it's very important so the politician will learn that when you are giving power, you govern well.
Okay. Let's do some messages. Then I'll come to you for your brief wrap-up comments as well. Musa Batwa, in Asawasi, you say that the MPP should be the last to lecture Ghanaians about the cocoa sector. The disingenuous attitude is nauseating. They messed up the sector and now turn around to blame their predecessors. What kind of politics is this? Let me check the Facebook place as well. The Facebook... Okay, it says what a Chinese proverb says, keep quiet and watch what you think cannot be done. Okay, so that's your message there. He said a responsible opposition is to criticize and propose solutions. And David Brima, yes, I caught this one as well. John 10A and John 10B, John 1010B, John 1010A and John 1010B. Yes, David Brima, I also caught that as well from Ebu there. Okay. Bliss Abound, you say that the MPP's policy is to destroy something, and when another government goes through a difficulty in fixing their mess, they gaslight everyone into thinking they are incompetent. And let me come to Braco now, wrap up for me. Yeah.
So, for personally, the MPP press conference added another layer to the entire conversation. But they ended up not making any useful contribution to the conversation. I thought they would have advanced some strategies or solutions for the government to solve the problem. That is opposition moving beyond normal politics, partisan politics, to contributing towards the development of the country. Secondly, Joseph, I have said that the farmers are entitled to their accrued rights. Government is bound to pay based on the contract situation. But today, looking at the world cocoa price, is no longer sustainable. So government must adjust the producer prices to reflect this market volatility. Ivory Coast has initiated the conversation to doing that. And government must do that. Let us not be afraid of the partisan politics that the opposition may want to latch onto. Let's be realistic to the farmers. These are people you are governing. Tell them the real things on the ground. It is no longer feasible, Joseph. And again, I think the partisan politics is becoming too much. Cocoa Board, we need to fix the situation at Cocoa Board. Giving contracts to people who are incapable, and even sending political elements or political people, let me say food soldiers to Cocoa Board to run the whole place down ground, because it's a cash cow. We need to have a race. We need to rethink about the whole process, Joseph. Cocoa Board must be sustainable. And you read that Bank of Ghana is complaining that Cocoa Board is one of the state institutions that is causing mayhem, causing financial trouble. You go for, and Bachman was right, how do you go for cocoa beans? And you see, there will always be demand for cocoa beans across the world. Always. How do you go for cocoa beans? It's like going for gold and saying that when you went to the international market, you lost. You couldn't secure, or you couldn't even break even, or even make a profit. This is scary.
It will depend on the prices sometimes, but
it does.
I get the point.
No, it does, but that's what I'm saying, that when you are realistic.
That's why you are managing. It's a management situation.
That's the thing. You get it?
It's a management situation.
And it demands realistic leadership.
Okay.
What I want from Dr. Randy Abbey is realistic and honest leadership, not partisan politics.
Okay. I mean, so far I've not heard him make any
what I failed to add and to let the people of Ghana even know is they went for cocoa sacks that will last this country for 15 years.
I even said 10 years.
You said it.
You even said 10 years.
And yet, cocoa sacks lifespan is 2 years. 2 years, so because they are sacks, the way they are. They are fiber. They will get rotten very soon.
They were anticipating a boom.
A boom
in production that will use all the sacks.
Because of the environmental.
If you have a government that did all these things, wouldn't they just, when you watch Nigerian films and somebody has done something wrong and is trying to justify, then you hear them, won't you keep quiet? Can't they keep quiet?
All right. Interesting. You know what? If you go back to the news articles in 2017, I remember before the trial of Dr. Stephen Opuni commenced, you see similar references about expenditure of Cocoa Board. Ebo made reference to the fertilizer contract, AB as well. That came to mind quickly about how we are doing. And I think someone made a point that it's basically a procurement economy that we are running. So when we even have in stock, we want to get more of that. But that's it by way of this discussion. We are all paying attention closely to see how the government resolves this. Assurances so far from the Ministry of Finance and Cocoa Board that they will try and find some funds to deal with this. Just briefly before we go, the Attorney General has announced plans to reenact the Criminal Proceeds Recovery Act, aiming to strengthen the legal framework for confiscating assets linked to criminal activities. He says the current Act 30 does not grant the Attorney General's office the authority to seize assets connected to criminal enterprises, limiting its ability to fully enforce criminal prosecutions. And he made this point when the Vice President visited his office. Dr. Dominic Ayine said that the office is preparing a criminal proceeds recovery bill that will empower the office to do this. And let me start with Austin. Good move, you would say?
Joseph, I think it's a good move, but it's not new. It's not new. And it's important to point out that there are other legislations where we have provisions bordering on recovery of criminal activities or proceeds from criminal activities. In fact, when you look at the Office of the Special Prosecutor Act, you also look at the Economic and Organized Crime Act, you also look at the Anti-Money Laundering Act. In fact, these acts are littered with provisions concerning criminal process recovery. So it's nothing new. My caution is that let's not make it as if it is only for the Office of the Attorney General, because all these institutions, all these institutions, are even under the Attorney General. The Office of the Special Prosecutor is under the Attorney General. The Yoko too is also under that. So we must be able to, in fact, collate the various provisions and make them comprehensive. If the idea is to make it comprehensive, I think it is in order, because when you look at countries like the New Zealand, they have the Criminal Process Recovery Act. I went through, and it is comprehensive. If that is what we are going for, that would be a good move. But let's not make it a standalone for that Office of the Attorney General. All the agencies under the Office of the Attorney General must be able to assess or invoke or activate any provision of the proposed bill. I think it's a good move. We need to step up. But my question, Joe, what has happened to the Dufour case? Recently the Attorney General was saying that people are saying that he may have taken deals at the blind side of the public. What happened to the Dufour case?
He publicly updated that they've reached some agreements. If you mean what means it, you mean that the extent of payment is at now?
Exactly.
Okay, I think that's
because it's a conversation that we need to that needs to be had. Because the thing is that he came out to say that he's going for 60 against and giving them 40. So if you are giving a rebate of 40%, and you are taking...
I don't think it's fair to call it a rebate, so to speak.
No, Joseph.
The argument is that because the 100, even if you go to trial, you are not certain of recovering 100.
But we were convinced...
The argument is we've gone for 60. But if you say it's a rebate,
we were convinced,
it's like the money is there.
We were convinced about how much that we would have been able to recover from if we had instituted a case against Dufour. I think the Attorney General must come out. In fact, it's because you are not opening up when it comes to some of these conversations. That's why people are saying that you are taking or cutting deals at the blind side of the public.
Right.
Come out, let us know what happened in the Dufour case, how much you'll be able to recover, and let the people know.
Okay. Let me come to AB, and AB, this is a question that I'm asking you. You get into the politics, but as a lawyer, I mean, are we not making too many laws? And sometimes there are things that we are working on. You just be there and someone will just spring up and tell you that actually there's a new law here. There's a new law here. Like I've encountered it many times. I mean, we always have something. So for instance, under Section 35 of the Courts Act, we had compensation and restitution. We decided that, well, we want a plea bargainings bill. We brought it out completely as a new law. Again, he makes reference to the Anti-Money Laundering Act and all the other laws that allows recoveries. Then we again decided, okay, we want a criminal proceeds recovery law. Like, are we not complicating our legal system? Sometimes he would, and there was a very practical situation just this week. I was working on a brief. I just discovered a new law that basically threw everything down off gear. I mean, are we not just having too many laws all over the place?
I'm going to disappoint you. Because I came only to discuss this cocoa matter. So these other matters you are talking about, I'm not sure I am prepared to talk about them. But laws are made for us. I don't think that we should be fed up with passage of laws. What is important is the enforcement of those laws. The Attorney General, I heard him yesterday say that under oral, and I'm trying to react to Braco's position that Dufour was, there was plea bargain or something.
No, it was the Attorney General himself said he's going for.
Yeah, but his submission yesterday was in relation to oral cases that have been brought to him, and he says that no deal, no bargaining, and he has not, as it were, done anything short of prosecuting all those people in court. So, and don't forget that these elections were also fought on the basis that when you come, you hold the previous government accountable. Because we had risen to a point where corruption could be smelled, it could be touched, and indeed, corruption was like a human being moving amongst all of us.
It could be won.
It could be won. So the people of this country, part of why we went to the polls, part of why people voted the way they voted, is to deal with these previous appointees who have been found to engage in those acts. So I think when the vice president visited him, the focus was what is happening with the oral cases. We are hearing, and I think they made reference to my general secretary's statement that some people are attempting to cut deals. And let's also underline it. He didn't say they are cutting deals, attempting to cut deals. So, and an attorney general needed to dispel those notions. The other issue of you saying that there are more laws, and sometimes you don't know about the law as a lawyer. That is your problem as a lawyer. You must.
No, I mean, not knowledge of the laws. It's about, so you have multiple legislations that basically do the same thing in different forms or the other. Even sometimes very simple offenses, something like possession of firearms. You can have multiple legislations. The sentence regime may be different. In fact, there are those who have made the argument that particularly our criminal law, we may have to, because we are still using Act 30, we may need a new Act 29, Act 30, we may need an entirely new legislation that encompasses everything rather than what we currently have. So now
you are going to the realm of law reform, policy making that would feed into reforms. That I can agree with you, where we have to ensure that we merge laws that are similar, and then we can have one body of law. That will also even help the lawyer to know that this is the book I have to go for, this is the text I have to go for. Then, you are in your chambers, you have to read this, go and read this one, and make sense out of it. So, I agree, we can reform our laws and put them all together in one particular text.
Well, I'll give you the final word. I mean, second year of John Dramani Mahama, oral updates, we are trying to get a criminal process recovery bill in place. And AB makes the point about the campaign being fought on the corruption angle as well. I mean, whatever the AG is doing, it must start reaping some dividends as soon as possible. I don't think after the second year, elapses and there's no conviction, I don't think Ghanaians will be patient anymore.
We won't accept any excuse again. Because we all agree, all of us in here agree, that corruption has been our nemesis as a nation. How people easily steal, and the system, because of the nature of the system, it makes it difficult to recoup or to recover, and also even to punish. It's a problem. And I have said it time and again that until we make corruption expensive, anybody can buy it. Cheap things are easily bought. But when they become expensive, then when you engage in it, you will think twice.
Okay.
So we believe that, there has to be harmonization of our laws. We should have comprehensive harmonization of all the pockets of laws, as you said, similar, almost with different degree of punishment and all that. I think we should be able to have a common law. Like a common, if anti-corruption law, for example, we should be able to harmonize, bring all of them together to have one anti-corruption law or legislation, so that all the institutions can glean from it. If you have a situation where some conflict, remember, this is the past issue.
Yes.
OSP took over the issue, got your position, no, it doesn't fall under my purview. So let us go to Yoko. And what happened? You see, so I agree that it's not just about coming up with some new enactment. The problem we have in this country is not just the laws we have. It has to do with the enforcement and even adjudication of cases. I think we waste time on a lot of cases. Like recently I heard one of the National Service people has taken a matter to the Supreme Court to go in. These are things they do just to delay the legal process. I think within 6 months, we should be able to deal with those cases. Because, you see, let me tell you something that happened. When Ethiopia passed its retroactive law, the law that goes back 10 years, if you go back 10 years, whatever you've done, if you acquire a property and you cannot prove that you legitimately acquired it, the state will seize. People took it to the Supreme Court of Ethiopia. Do you know what the court said? It said corruption is a different problem.
I'm
and
sure,
therefore,
I'm
we
sure
need a different law.
Strike out that law. They'll strike out that law quickly.
He said it's a special canker, and therefore we need a special law to deal with it.
Okay.
So we talk about proactive laws, but they have gone back 10 years because they are seriously fighting corruption. But that's how we can fight corruption. We can't fight corruption with this. The laws that were handed to us by this British, this soft law. Somebody can go to court and even look at what has happened.
Okay.
And let me chip in this. You see, these days we are watching. If anybody go and steal cassava or plantain and they give him 6 years, 7 years, we'll do demonstration against the court and the judge. Let's be serious. Somebody will see now they mentioned the amount involved. They said I got this issue because 1,000 cedis was the amount. The sentence should be reduced from 15 years to 1 year. If the judges begin to give people who have stolen cassava, we will do demonstration against them.
Okay.
Which if there's equality before the law, let there be equality before the law.
Okay. Well, that's what time would allow us this morning. My guests have been Ebo Bachman, who just landed.
Let me. There's a man I promised to give him a shout out. He's a very special man.
Okay.
Mr. Theophilus Adotei. This is a special shout out to you.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
He knows it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Theophilus, for watching at TV3 always. Austin Brakopower is joining us in studio as well. He's a legal practitioner. Abraham Amaleba, Director General, National Road Safety Authority, also a legal practitioner as well, also joining us in the studio. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. Sports segment, there's a special interview that they have for you. Also, that big interview is also coming up, that big interview with Kojo Antwi. Can I get another Kojo Antwi song? Or my request is done. Or I have to market products before I will get Kojo Antwi song. Hey, they are negotiating with me in my ears. Okay, if you want to look smart and fashionable, visit any Woodin boutique nationwide today. Woodin offers an amazing collection of authentic African fabrics and ready-to-wear that come in beautiful designs and colors for men and women. With Woodin, you can get creative and versatile with your designs. Be confident and show off how truly African you are in Woodin. Go to a Woodin boutique near you today and choose from a variety of trendy products to complement your unique style. You can follow Woodin Fashion on Facebook, Instagram at Woodin Fashion, and on TikTok at Woodin_fashion. We'll take a quick break. I can enjoy my Kojo Antwi now. Give me one Kojo Antwi. Yeah, we'll be right back.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to the sports segment here on New Day with me, Oreku Ampofo. As Akablated mentioned, we do have a special interview for you this morning, and it's about the BVB International Academy Ghana, which is an official member of Borussia Dortmund's global network of international academies. And from the first BVB Academy on the African continent, now is launching this February, actually this weekend, at the Chimota School in Accra. And the academy is designed to provide trusted, structured pathway for youth football development under Borussia Dortmund's internationally recognized academy model. And so we do have three very special gentlemen here in the studio with us this morning. And we do have Florian Ingwersen. He is the head of the football academy here at BVB. And then we have Terry Hiaji. He's the academy director. And a very familiar face here in Ghana, Ibrahim Tanko, who is a legend, and then also the ambassador for the BVB Academy. Let me start with you, Florian. What's the idea about the academy and why Ghana in the first place?
We started to launch BVB International Academies 2019 in the US. And the idea behind is that we use our unique youth development approach to spread it around the globe. And we had some connections to Ghana in the past. We had great players like Ibrahim and also Otto Addo, but also a lot of youth players have Ghanaian roots. So we are very much convinced that this is the next step for our global BVB International Academy network.
And Terry, for anyone watching, can you give some clarity? Is this directly linked to Dortmund? I mean, there's been questions about that. We've seen academies do come here in the names of a team where it's more like a franchise, but the team doesn't necessarily control what happens here. What's the full details of the partnership like?
Thank you for the question. For sure, you can see the representation here with us today. We are an official partner of Borussia Dortmund, part of their global networks, as you mentioned. It is a true and real relationship. And Florian and Michael, who's unfortunately not in the studio today, came down to help us launch this academy. You will see a lot more of their involvement with us through direct coaching and then through coach education as well. So these are some of the elements that you can see that makes this a real and true partnership and an authentic one as well.
And Tanko, for you, you've lived through different generations from the time that you played to even when you're coaching and now, working as an ambassador on this project. Throughout all the times that football has changed and evolved, how important do you think such an initiative is when it comes to the Ghanaian football landscape?
I think very, very important, like they said. And I'm happy that the first B4B Academy in Africa is here in Ghana. And I'm privileged to visit some of the academies in Asia. And definitely, the academy is going to help not only the B4B players, but Ghana as well. And I'm happy that we are here.
Well, Teddy, I know that there's a relationship between Dortmund and then Shooting Stars. What's the link now with the academy also coming in?
So across Shooting Stars, you can call them our sister academy. They initially made a connection with B4B many years ago, and they've been in partnership, communication, and through that relationship is how BVB International Academy Ghana has been birthed. The direct and true connection with Accra Shooting Stars is it completes the pathway for a football player. So with their model, they're a Division 2 side. So they bring in players at the age of 16, sign professional contracts, and they play with them within their academy. And then as they develop their skills, they provide those players with professional opportunities. To connect that to BVB International Academy Ghana is to bring in players at a younger age. So we take players ages 6 through 18. So from 6 years old, you come through the academy, we develop you through the foundational phases. And then once you reach the age of around 14, 15, you're identified as a very talented player with the potential to go pro. Then Accra Shooting Stars comes in, takes them off our hands, continues the development, and then from there on finds them opportunities abroad. Or locally as well, to be fair.
Well, Florian, because there's that Dortmund name attached, I'm sure a lot of kids and people out there will be wondering, is there that possibility that you could fly to Germany to play for Dortmund? So get a trial or something if you do well with this academy?
Yeah, definitely. First of all, we have our coaches here on ground who are scouting players all year long. So there are possibilities to showcase your talent here in Ghana. And then there's also the opportunity to go to Germany, have the experience to see Dortmund, to see our stadium, and to really feel the Dortmund way of training on ground in Dortmund.
Well, Teddy, I know that there will be two types of models. There's the pay-to-play, and then there's the CSR scholarship as well. So could you take us through that?
For sure. So pay-to-play is something that is fairly new to Ghana, to Africa, I might say, where with your traditional academies, again, like Accra Shooting Stars, they scout players. The players coming on trial, and then they're selected based on merit. With your pay-to-play model, it's more of parents putting the investment into their kids, and then the academy taking them in, training them throughout the different age groups, the different stages, and then they go in different pathways. It could be recreational, it could be elite, going professional. But we can't neglect that we have a lot of talented players in this country in the underserved communities of our regions. So what we do is we go into these areas, these communities, or we host justifiers, invite some of these teams in, and then we scout that, we do the trials, we hand select specific players who we believe have the potential to make it into the professional stage. And then we give them that opportunity to become a part of our academy. So where our pay-to-play model is targeted at families that can afford to put their kids into an academy and pay for them to be trained, some of their fees will be used to subsidize the fees of the scholarship kids in the CSR model.
Well, that makes sense. And Tanko, back to you on the relationship between Ghana and Germany is a long-standing one. We've had the likes of yourself, CK Akono, a number of players. I think even Anthony Bafo at a point playing in Germany, and we faced Germany a number of times as well in the World Cup. We were set to play them in a friendly, and now there's the academy here and all of that. What do you make of the relationship, and do you think something like this helps it, sort of grow, and how can we take more advantage of it?
No, I think, like you said, Ghana and Germany relationship go way back. When you look at football, you have Anthony Abua at that time, Abedi Pele, Ali Ibrahim, like you said, CK Akono, Sekufo, and myself, and I'm sure that this academy will help not only, like I said, the only B4B, I think, in the whole Ghana as well. And Right to Dream have done it, and I think we can testify the kind of talented players they give Ghana, and I'm sure that B4B are here to stay, and with the kind of talented boys we have here in Ghana, definitely is going to help, and even the Ghana national team.
Just one last round of questions. Florian, how do you think the BVB Academy here in Ghana can benefit from Dortmund's wide global network?
There are many ways. So the players going to be part of our global network, means they can train, they can compete against other international players. But even more important probably is our coach education program. So we have a big network of international coaches where we do regular coach education, and where we also do exchanges. And I think next to me is a great example. Teddy used to work for us in Canada and now is on ground here in Ghana. So there are many ways to benefit from our global network.
And Teddy, I mean, if there's any parent out there, any kid out there who is watching and dreaming of playing for the BVB Academy, what's the processes like? I know the launch is this weekend, but how does one sign up? How does one take advantage of this opportunity?
Right, so as I mentioned, we are a pay-to-play model, not a regular academy. So we will take players of all skill levels, again, ages 6 through 18. What you do is you can, for now, go onto our social media pages, Instagram and Facebook, at BVBIA Ghana. Click the links in our bio, and then you'll find the links there to register through a Google form. We will take basic information, and then we'll follow up with parents, sit down, have some meetings to discuss their plan for their kids. Again, do you want to play football more recreationally or more on an elite level? We do also have, as you mentioned, the launch happening tomorrow. We have a BVB Experience Camp at Achimota Secondary School. That's our home ground. The camp will be led by Florian and Michael. And again, the links are on our social media, Instagram and Facebook at BVB Ghana. Please go on there and register for the camp tomorrow.
And also still with you, just more details on enrollment. What's it like? Is it like a seasonal, like do you sign up for like 1 year or what are the details on that one?
So typically your football season would start in September and last through June, which kind of aligns with the academic calendar as well. But given our delayed start this year, the season will run from February up until August. So for this year, if you sign up for the season, it's a one-time payment usually. If you sign up for the season, we will include our local summer camp, which will take place between July and August. So yes, this season is really from February until August. But typically, it would be from September to June of every year. And then the summer camps usually would happen between July and August.
And Tanko, you as an ambassador, what was your expectation for this whole project in the next maybe 5 years? What do you expect to see?
No, I want to see a growth, and I'm sure, like he also said, B4B is a global brand, and we have, I think, 52 opening, and I'm sure, and this is, like I said, first one in Africa, and I'm sure that we are going to open the way for the rest of Africa to come. So definitely, it's going to help us, and we hope that it's go a long way.
Well, before we wrap up, I mean, Tanko has been in Ghana many times. Of course, he grew up. But I wanted to find out, have both of you been in Ghana before? Or is this your first time?
I'm born and raised in Ghana.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, because you mentioned you are based in Canada.
Yes,
working
yes.
With, oh,
yeah,
okay,
so I had moved to Canada 16 years ago for school.
Okay.
Completed school, stayed there to work a bit. And then I was working in football. And the football club I was working with partnered with Borussia Dortmund. So over the last 5 years, I was working at BVB International Academy Waterloo. Decided to move back down to Ghana this year. And so happens that something big is happening in Ghana, and the connection is still there. So BVB seems to be following me around. Hopefully, we bring something good to our people in Ghana as well here.
Yeah, okay, so at least you are a familiar person when it comes to Ghana. You're more or less like a native here.
Absolutely.
Teddy. What about you, Florian? Is this your first visit?
It's my second visit, and I was very much impressed of the culture and the people here in Ghana, so I'm glad to be back.
What's the one thing that you love about Ghana? I mean, 2 visits.
The passion and the flavor to everything, especially football, and also to our club, Borussia Dortmund.
Well, thank you very much, Florian, Teddy, and then Tanko for joining us on New Day this morning. As you heard, there will be the launch of the BVB Ghana Academy later this weekend on Saturday. You can check out their social media pages for all details. My name is Oreko Ampo. Remember that we have that big interview coming with Kojo Antwi, and so you do want to hang around.
All bets on sports. What is bet? High odds. What is bet? Fast payout. What is bet? What is bet? Bookmaker Company. Turn your into
Very big one that all of us have been waiting for the entire morning, and for some of us, the entire month, the entire week. He is here with us in studio, and we are just about to have a beautiful conversation. But before then, we did promise that 3 of you will be walking away with 10,000 Ghana cedis this morning. And so if you're ready, let's do our very first draw before we get into our conversation. The first person winning 2,000 Ghana cedis, and the number 0201240. Numbers come after that. Congratulations to you, and I do hope that we would have time to speak with you and the other winners before we go. Shall I do a second one? Should I do the 3K? Okay, so let me do the 3,000 so that it gives you room. For those of you who have not played, it gives you room to play as many times as possible so you can win the 5,000, which is the final one for the morning. Okay, let's see what happens on the dashboard. Okay, second winner for the morning, 0248203. 3 numbers come after that. Congratulations to you. Okay, so it means that we have 5,000 Ghana cedis to go. So please be on the lookout for that one. Be playing. Koko, bring back the code again. For those who haven't played, *439#, *439#. If you're a Telecel or MTN subscriber, you're choosing option 8, which is the MG jackpot option this morning. A coupon is costing you 10 Ghana cedis. Play as many times as possible to increase your chances of winning. And now we are ready for the big one. When he sings, life responds to him. When his voice rises, generations bow. He's not just a musician. He's a composer of emotion. He's a custodian of Afropop and soul music. Through the times and through the ages, he's fed us with limitless and timeless love anthems and rhythms and melodies that have refused to age. He's taught us how to feel deeply. He's taught us how to love honestly. And he's taught us also how to navigate the different scenes and seasons of life gracefully. This morning, we are not just conducting an interview. We are sitting with history. We are opening a musical archive. We are in the presence of a living legend. Ladies and gentlemen, Ghana, Africa, and the world at large, I am Cookie, and this morning on TV3 Newday, I bring you Ghana's very own, the maestro, the legend, the music man, Kojo Antwi, Boisiakon a Oditre Eje Echer Acherma. Good morning. You're You're blushing. Tell me about it.
Yeah.
But how Ebanesena Boisiakon no Sansamrani no, you've never added it to your name.
A.N. Sabrani.
Okay.
And those who know this Sabrani, they add it to every time they call Kojo Antwi Boisiakon. You know, but it's not part of the name,
Exactly.
but it is also part of the name.
Kojo Antwi. But daddy was Kojo Siama.
Kojo Siama.
Yes,
Correct.
and you were named after your uncle, your dad's uncle,
Yes.
who was the Antwi.
Yes.
Okay, and then your brother happens to be Kojo Bediakon. Na mpacho na mama nyama, then I know dia no wumu nyina Monday.
Funny, my dad was born on a Monday, my mom was born on a
Monday.
We were all Monday. All of us.
Wow.
Yes. I don't know what happened, but that's how it happened.
So for you, what does the day Monday mean to you?
It means everything to me, because it is the day that starts my week.
Right.
Everything I do on Monday repeats on the days that follow. So Mondays are very, very peculiar for me.
For you.
Yeah, very peculiar. I try not to be negative in the beginning, you know. So even my calls, I select which
on
calls.
Mondays.
Yeah.
And can we say that Mondays are the Sabbath days for you? Can we say that?
Yeah, kind of. Yes.
I see. Yeah. Kojo Antwi, let's take it all the way back into time. And the surprise that Joseph Akable talked about is this very memoir by the man himself, the maestro, the legend, Kojo Antwi, and it says, Mr. Music Man, the legend. We haven't even talked about this book before, but once it is released, listen, you need to have a copy of this book. I wish I had more time to have read almost everything or the entire book before the interview, but the depth of history and knowledge in this book is amazing. We'll be talking about it very soon. But I want to take the story back to the compound house where Chief, your dog, and then Daddy used to raise the techies and a lot of noise on the compound. To some, it sounded as though it was noise, but for you, it was melody. It was rhythm, all the way in Obo Kwewu. Tell us about that.
That's what happened to me all the time. Every time I hear any kind of sound, it doesn't need to be musical notes. It just has to be sound, and I can produce music from it. But it started when I was a kid. You know, this happened in Suhum.
Oh, this was in Suhum?
Yeah.
There's another Suhum story we'll talk about.
Yes. So this happened in Suhum. For everyone, when Chief was died, it was a normal thing for them. Oh, that's it. But for me, it was more of a mourning that I need to, you know, because he was my musical partner. He was a friend,
right?
Really a friend, you know, who will do all the things to provoke the turkeys and the noise. You know, for me, it was music, rhythm.
Wow. You know. And I'm told that you can even derive melody from intense.
Music is sound. Sound doesn't, every sound makes note. You know, it is when we put the notes together, C, D, you know, that we make, you know, but you can make music with every sound. And that was what I've been gifted with. So I try to make music with, from everything. If you listen to Daddy Anuma, you hear the waves of the sea. There are songs that in flamenco, you hear the rhythm that starts just before the music comes, you know. So I try to incorporate that into my music.
All right, so I did tell you that Kojo Antwi is about to release this memoir called Mr. Music Man, The Journey. You need to take a copy. Buy for your friend, buy for your friends and family. It contains everything, Kojo Antwi, that you have never, ever heard in this lifetime of loving his music, from all the love songs. Everything else that Kojo Antwi is, was, and has become is contained in this book. And this morning, it's a privilege to be having this discussion with the maestro, Mr. Music Man, Kojo Antwi. Kojo, let's talk about this book, and I'll take you again to your childhood. I read a part where it really broke my heart. I actually shed a tear because I'm a very emotional person and I've loved you my entire life. Me person me tre baby a mama nyama bundled you and the few belongings that you had and said, go to your dad. And when you got to your dad, you said, Da, mama se membra, the mama se baby.
That's exactly what happened.
For you as a child at the time, what did it mean? Because in reading this book, you mentioned that you wished that love found you at that early stage in your life. Mommy wasn't doting on you, daddy wasn't doting on you. The love just wasn't there even though you needed it. So being bundled to go to dada, mensa wichi and baby, how did it feel for you?
It meant everything to me. I went to my dad, told him that I still remember it as I was told by my mom. I still remember it
exactly
vividly,
what he said.
You know, and you know, we grew up with stepmothers. My stepmother was quite kind to me, but I had a few of them. Some were good, but every time a child goes out and you face some kind of challenges from a friend or a schoolmate or something, the very first person that you go to is your mom. Your dad is, be strong, you understand? But your mom will cuddle you, tell you something to keep you going. I never had that. probably it is part of it that makes me, when you listen to my songs, I sing from the part of a woman, Emrika, Nijari. Those songs are taken from the woman's point of view.
Right.
And also, I am very, very emotional. Very, very emotional, you know. That, I never saw my mom again till I was about 19, till I was playing in a band, you know. But I think it was the hand of God. It was my mission to be there away from the family. When you speak about family, you're talking about your mom and, you know, but I was like Joseph in the Bible. He was taken away from his brothers and his father. You understand what I'm saying? There are many times in the Bible that it happened. I think it was a mission that I had to be strong, be with my dad. My dad would take me to a different place called Dakuma, where music was alive at Dakuma, you know?
And I'll take you back
Yeah.
to the very beginning again, talking about Mama Nyama and all of that. I remember one time when your dad was traveling to Accra.
Yeah.
And Osman said, "Konekofa afe Ebra." And his dad was bald at the time. And the little Kojo Antwi didn't even realize that, why is this old man asking me to run and go and bring a comb, knowing that he was bald? Yeah. By the time he came back, the bus was gone.
Yeah.
When he came back, he promised you again that, Minstro, the next time I'm going to Accra, I will take you. And then, Ahomachibina Wada. By the time you opened your eyes, the bus was about leaving. And you ran after this bus until you got to Amanase from Suhum.
Yes.
Kojo?
We are not talking about today's link from Nkoko to Accra. We're talking about an old road that was running through Suhum before, and I felt like, for me, Accra was like Suhum. Wow. So I felt if I get to Accra, I go to a few of the shops. If I don't find him here, somebody will tell me he was here, you know. So I'm glad you've really touched those parts of the book. This book is not really about me. Yes, I speak about me. I speak about things that people don't know about me.
Right.
People don't even know I played in bands before.
No.
Walking into the studio to record my own thing.
Right.
These are parts that really, there are, you know, George helped me to put those emotions together. There are people who touched the book before, but they weren't feeling those parts, those little parts. So I'm glad it touched you.
I'm feeling those parts. And it really did touch me when I read it. And my disappointment came again when that other man in Suhum told you, so to go to Accra.
Yeah.
And then by the time you opened your eyes, he had put you back on the bus to go to Suhum.
Yes.
It looks like disappointment engulfed your growing up. And I remember when you came to Dakuman, where music really started for you. I remember when you had to go to, was it Maxwell Hotel?
Maxwell Hotel.
Which shall guarantee, you know, on Tadia and everything. And you thought it was a short distance.
Yes.
You had to go through all the lungu and all of that, only to be disappointed. You could not join the band that day.
No, I couldn't.
How have you handled disappointment till this time? Kojo?
I'm glad I could use all that. I'm glad I can talk about them. Because most people hear the music, they see me on stage, sharing those music with them, and they think, oh, Kojo Antwi made it. Oh, yeah, I will make it in the same way. But there was a lot of disappointment that I had to go through, you know. The very first thing is that somehow, when this book was printed out, we were about to to release the book, and my mother passed.
Oh, Mama Nyama.
You know?
And to think that you couldn't even cry her, as we see as an Aubeko Europe cry. You were able to cry everybody, including your dad. But Mama Nyama, you couldn't because you didn't have that relationship with her.
And a lot of things happened then.
Right.
And then something else happened that I had to wait and wait till now. And I feel the time is a blessing to come out with it now.
Let's hear it.
It's about time that people know about what was going on musically, the cultural troops, the concert bands, the dance bands, which I belong to.
Yes.
And how I ended up in a dance band. There are songs that tells that we played in the band with Boom Talents and all that.
Yes.
But all the disappointment, all the blessings that I went through was to lead me here, where I am now.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't call them disappointments?
No, I don't.
You call them blessings.
I mentioned the name of Joseph.
Right.
Everything that happened to Joseph happens to me. You know, because most of my brothers come to me. Most of the people come to me, and because of the gift that I was given, everybody comes to me and bow in a good way.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
And so everything that happened to me was
As if I knew. That's how come I said in my intro that when your voice rises, generations bow.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm really grateful for sitting with you and breathing the same air with you today. But let's go back a little bit to Dakuman, because those were your formative years.
Yes.
And I want us to tell the world today that you've sold ice water before.
I did. I sold
Anotie,
Brodo. Yes, I did.
You sold bread.
I sold bread, and then I had, in front of my father's shop, I had a little place that I could sell kerosene. And I did a whole lot of things.
You sold scraps as well.
I did that.
Wow.
I did.
Okay. So Dakuman, because of how multicultural it was and still is, you know, you experienced Nigerians, you experienced Agama, and then Aguduwan, yes, you experienced all those people.
Yeah, and Amaga.
I beg your pardon, Amaga is who I want to refer to. And he used to pass in front of your house every single day at 7:15.
All the time.
Every day.
All the time.
The child in the front, the wife in the back.
Yes, that was on Sundays.
On Sundays. And some way, somehow, even with the bike, he could still keep
the radio
on his ear.
On his ear.
How did all of that inform the kind of music that you do? And one of the questions that came in this morning was for me to ask you, Kojo Antwi, what kind of music do you do? Because you do everything.
Dakuma was such a blessing to me because my dad had this shop in front of a station, the trotro station and all that. And then you had the market at the back.
Right.
And you know the kind of noises that you know. And then being at the shop means all the activities that goes on at Dakuman. Hey, reality show. The sky was the limit. You could see everything. But I was there observing everything that was happening. You know, a good one was also was also a blessing to me because when he had a good cut,
you know,
repetition or whatever. What he was singing the same tune all the time.
You mentioned in the book.
Yes, he was singing the
same
tune.
Song all the time.
Same song all the time. And it is mentioned in the book that I don't know whether he was an ex-serviceman or a soldier or a security man or something. And then there was the Amaga, who was always riding the same time, sometimes alone, sometimes with his family. You know, that was all. And then there was the the different cultures. The Angunafo, those from the north, the music I was hearing all over Dakuman. You could hear different kind of gospel music.
Right.
You could hear the airways will be drumming on weekends, every weekend when there was a wedding or, you know. So there was always music.
Right.
But not everyone at Dakuman was hearing that.
Right.
And I had all that.
Right.
And when I had to make my music,
Right.
I could tap from all those rhythms, tap from all the vibes that these people were giving me. Because we still have them.
Right.
We still may not be enjoying that, because nowadays we all have a remote control before a television, and you understand what I'm saying? But around that time, hey, music was all over the place.
Right.
Yeah.
So let's go to what I'll call your first performance. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but your dad, there was a gentleman who had a church and a printing press as well. Mr. Say. I remember Mr. Say. Yeah. And I think his wife passed, or somebody passed. Who passed?
The wife of the manager of Vigo.
Okay.
Vigo Printing Press.
Yes.
I think the mother, the mother passed.
Was the one who passed?
Yes.
Okay. And you used to use the instrument, the church instruments, to rehearse at the time. And I remember in the book you mentioned that it was just gospel songs that you were allowed to sing.
Yes.
But that's a papa no otrene ho
kakra.
kakra.
We could do different things. We were playing copies of Jimmy Cliff and those. Even what we were playing could not be counted as the original, closer to the original. But for us, it was good.
Okay. So then at the funeral was when you were called to sing. Was that the very first time?
That was the very first time.
Tell us about it.
That was the very first time I had the opportunity to travel, because I had been at Dakuman and selling bread around Tesano, Abeka, and all those places. So that was the first place I could travel and learn about everything I've learned in school and all that, you know. And then I had this opportunity. They played what they had to play for whilst they were taking care of the body. And then afterwards, there was this time that, hey, they could just play it because the people wanted something. And so I had the chance to sing, and people were coming to me with handkerchiefs, with coins in it. But before that, I had been a financier at Dakuman. There was a hall that the bands could come there and play. Concert bands would come there and play. There were times that I will try and climb a tree that could give you a good spot on the stage. And some of the security men will sometimes come and pretend, and they will whip you off the tree.
The tree.
You know? But Afinaso was also a place that I could also go and check groups like Zaga Walata, all these major groups.
Right.
You know, so I mean, Dakuman was a great place for me.
And you would always give credit to Dakuman, because from what I read in the memoir, it looks like that's where it all started for you. So then take us on the journey from Dakuman, the painful part of not being able to finish school, dropping, and about school. Question back me will be so. Your name, everybody called at home was Kojo Antwi, but in school, near Tano Buenya.
Tano Buenya.
I didn't hear.
That's Tano, because my uncle used to be the Okonfo of River Tano. Buenya, I haven't heard a second, another person with the name. It is when my father passed that I realized that he was also called Buenya, you know. And I didn't understand why my father changed my name completely. So in school, I was Tano Buenya, you know. at a certain time, I tried changing the tannoy itself to make it sound, because your colleagues will laugh at you, Tano Buenya, and and then when I became a musician, most of my musicians didn't know it. I was the one. I was Kojo Antwi.
Oh.
Most of them got to know that I'm the singer much later.
Right.
Because for them, I was still Tano Buenya, And so that's what happened.
Okay. So let's migrate now. Yeah. The times came when now you had joined the band Boom Talent Days, then the journey to Ivory Coast, and then to some other places. Then you came back to Ghana, met that friend who promised that he was going to take you to Denmark for your first Euro tour with your band. Some of you didn't have passports at the time, so they had to do passports. After you passports and not tickets was the problem. Yeah. And you had to sell some of your personal belongings just to embark on that journey. No, we near pa.
Okay. Because it was 81, 82 was a time that we were going through curfews and a whole lot of things. The curfew wasn't very good for the Ghanaian entertainment scene, because at a certain point, I think we had to sleep around 9. I think before it was earlier than the 9. And you couldn't operate as a bandsman, because usually you fix the equipment, you test your microphone, everything is good before you can start playing as a band. And so those times were not good for us. And we had left classic handles to become the classic vibes.
Yes.
Yes. And we didn't have instruments that we could play for the people to. So we will most of the time work with the army groups, the Pink Fives, and a whole lot of artists, And then came the chance that we could travel to be part of the African Music Festival. in Copenhagen.
Yeah.
And so we had to find money to buy the tickets, and we only got the money to buy tickets to Heathrow.
Yes.
But we didn't have the money to continue. But somehow God rescued us.
So finally, you were able to get to Denmark.
We were.
When your boyfriend or airport, Schiphol, and Bibi Boamwana with Heathrow, and I say, how did it happen?
The promoter sent some people to come in and talk to the immigration officers.
Right.
And they assured them that they will do everything to get us to Denmark. And we went to Denmark on a huge ship.
Right.
I mean, we can say boats then.
Yeah.
For me then, I had the privilege to travel on a plane by traveling to Ivory Coast, Liberia, and those places. But this was the first time we traveled from here with the aeroplane. We took the train to, I think, was it Dover or somewhere else?
Right.
And then we took the boat to Copenhagen.
Kojo, my question is now much wrong. 5% but we're running out of time.
Okay.
I would want to have another sit down with you.
Anytime.
Thank you very much. So he said it here. You promised.
Oh, member.
So you better launch bookie. You launch where.
Yeah.
I need to have a proper another sit down, maybe 2 or 3 sessions.
For sure.
Because this book is loaded. The amount of things in this book, I don't think we have even scratched 5% of it.
No.
But immediately you open this book, you would see the most impressive thing ever. That the review was done by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Kojo, what's the relationship between the two of you and what's the story behind it?
His Excellency used to attend most of my 24th shows. That was when he was the vice president. I think nowadays, because of what he's into, because he doesn't get the time to come.
Right.
But he's a big fan of what I do. And we've had this relationship for a long time. It was a big privilege for him to write this review for the book.
Right.
A big privilege. And he also have something from Mayway.
Yes, I saw it.
Is that?
Yes, I saw it.
You can see a bit train. Because we were waiting for writers from Two-Face and a whole lot of them. Because they've all been influenced by, we inspired Alpha Blondy. We inspired Alpha Blondy. Yeah.
And all your musical experiences and inspirations from James Bond, all those people.
Yeah.
But tell us, why did you feel the need that as you are alive, not when you're dead and gone, what informed that decision?
Many a times, people write about artists,
right?
Being musicians, being artists. Usually, anything about artists written in a little caption in the newspaper, and so forth. And this is the first time I decided, I said, no, it is time. I met this ambassador, a Ghanaian ambassador, and then he advised me, put anything that comes to mind, write that. Put it down, and then in the long run, you will come up with something. And then I started recollecting everything that has happened.
Right.
And this is what
it's an amazing book. And I tell you, I'm not done reading it, but the wealth and the load of information in this book is matchless and timeless. Congratulations on writing this memoir. But Patro, you release it and you're launching it.
13th of February.
It's the same day as the concert?
A day before Valentine.
Okay.
And you're launching at Labadi Beach Hotel.
Okay.
And the president asked sure and said he will be there. And corner Yashe, and you bless the world with it. The little knowledge that is there. We have the very first book.
Yeah. More.
This doesn't talk about my music.
You are kidding. And it's loaded like this already.
Yes.
Okay.
This doesn't talk about me as Kojo Antwi. Because studio discover the way studio works and all that.
Yeah.
And see, my capture studio, I'm going to spend time there.
Talking about Kojo Antwi.
And another book will come that will talk about Adiano Ma, Brenoa, and all those songs. And who inspired it, why I came up with those songs. The way
you're just scratching the surface.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And it's the same day as the concert. I see you have a Valentine's Day concert coming up.
The concert will be at Brekum.
Oh, Brekum in Accra.
Yeah, in Accra.
Okay.
But the launch will be before
the concert.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So 13th of February, next week, Friday. It happens to be my mother's birthday as well. What time? Labadi Beach Hotel. What time?
I think the whole thing starts at 6:30 or so.
In Numreme,
okay.
6:30 in the evening.
6:30.
All right. We will be there to celebrate the launch of this book with you. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama would also be there. But Kojo, what's the last thing in this book that you haven't talked about that you want to mention before we go?
I think the many events that I did, we did in Scandinavia, we did in Denmark, we did in Swiss and all those places. And the knowledge that came from that, the backstage, what we use, those are the things that we haven't spoken about. And I think so the next time I'm back, I'll prompt you. We'll talk about that.
Yeah. Now, Kojo, which of the youngins do you usually listen to? The young ones coming up?
I listen to everyone. If you have something that will teach me something, I'll listen to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next interview, Thank you so much, Mr. Music Man, the maestro, for sitting with us this morning. This book will be launched on the 13th of February next week, Friday, Labadi Beach Hotel. Please make sure that you are there. We are now to be the maestro. Yeah, that's a bit brief. Thank you so very much. It's still TV3 Newday, and just a few reminders before we go. If you are looking for a university that will prepare your child for the future, then Academic City University is the best choice for you. At Academic City, we do not just teach, we nurture creators, innovators, and leaders who shape tomorrow's world. We offer undergraduate programs in engineering, computational sciences, business and communication, arts, and our BSc in artificial intelligence and robotics engineering are the first and only one of its kind in sub-Saharan Africa. With world-class facilities and industry-experienced faculty, students do not just learn the latest technology, they create it. And for working professionals and young graduates, we've got you covered. With our MSc programs in cybersecurity and data science analytics, as well as our professional certificate programs, you have nothing to worry about at all. At Academic City, our programs are practical, relevant, and future-focused. You can call 026-269-3870 or visit academiccity.edu.gh for more information. Admissions are open, so please make sure that you enroll your awards. Okay. Now, for those of you who didn't hear Kojo Antwi, also I've shown you TV so no pebia, and that means everything to me. It is a mekasimo cash out. It means that I am good for it. So please, next time when I say play to win money, just play and win the money and win on time. Our last winner for the morning, getting a whopping 5,000 Ghana cedis, 02001443. 3 numbers come after that. George, unyanka your number on. George, your number, the way you're looking on the screen. All right, this is where we draw the curtains down for TV3 Newday this morning. Kojo, I don't want you to go, but I also will and it's the birthday. Do you have any birthday songs at all? You do, right? Have you done any birthday song?
Not yet.
Kojo, I saw your birthday song.
I will.
I saw your birthday song.
I was 13th-year-old Mahama.
I am my birthday. Me patcho you, Mate. Now, this dedication, Pesa ye we, Mame, and she screen this one, way, Mame.
Okay. Oh, we're talking about Rex Omar.
Yes.
Okay. Happy birthday to Rex Omar. Yes, sir. I salute sir.
All right. Yeah, and to us, well, Rex Omar, happy birthday to you. Let's also move on to celebrate Professor Robert Hinson. Oh, mentor, yeah. TV3 Top and 10. Great man doing great work. Thank you so much for everything you do. Happy birthday. Mrs. Augustina, Jan, Tewia, Nyamisha Obebre, Michael Adum Biga, from your loved ones. Happy birthday. Asafwanye Omanyewa the first. I hope I got it correctly. Otublohum Dadebana, aka Jimama Amanwa. It's from the entire family. Naomi Teiko Owari, midwifery officer at UGMC. Happy birthday to you. Last Corporal Richard Frimpong. Yes, happy birthday to you as well, Corporal. Happy 50th to Francisca. I'll say to hey, Peppa, you don't look 50 at all. Happy birthday to you, Francisca. Prophet Peter Hallows, happy birthday to you. Mrs. Manuel, Manuel, okay, happy birthday to the missus. And that's coming from Clifford right here, Media General. Okay, happy birthday, darling. MFR, cheers to greatness. Happy birthday to you. May your days be filled with joy, laughter, and all the love you so freely give. Happy birthday, darling. Florence Aglonu, wishing you endless joy and peace. Okay. Doris Kwache Ntiamwa, happy birthday to you as well. Isaac Esiedu J. Brown, happy birthday. Caroline Kwedu, happy birthday to you as well. Abena Sewa Nyamisha Obebre. Major Kingsley Owusu Ajuman, it's also your birthday. Major, enjoy your day. Salom Adonu of Exim Bank, happy birthday to you, brother. Enjoy. Dr. Mrs. Eva Yabua Nyamisha Obebre, from all your loved ones. Felicity Homa, happy birthday to you as well. Are we done with the birthdays? We're done with the birthdays. All right. Thank you for enjoying us. We've enjoyed you too the entire week. Next week, Monday, 6 a.m., we will be back on your TV screens. However, enjoy the rest of our programming. And please make sure you are present for the launch of this memoir by the Music Man, of course, the Jenny, Mr. Music Man, the Jenny. Ebasia, Friday.
My friend,